twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
How are you today? I'm getting there. I am your host, BKP, the legitimate. Hey, all right, let me try this again. I'm your host, BKP, man, is this what Friday's going to be like, Diane? I am your host, BKP, the legitimate, elected by the delegates of Georgia, first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party. I will show you today the text message. Okay, I will show you today the text message that started the ball rolling for Josh McCoon and Candace Taylor to have me removed. Yes. I'm going to show you that text message today. I'm looking for it. I'll find it. It is going to be so shocking that, all right, so we have the Georgia Hour at 10 o'clock. Diane, I sent you some stuff over, all right? And we have so much going on. Now, in the Georgia Hour, I'm your host, BKP. Let me back this up. I'm your host, BKP. You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com, all right? And today, I've had it up to here. I have watched you can't serve two masters. You can love one and hate the other, but you can't serve two masters. And it's very disappointing in Georgia of the people over here on Monday associating with the people over here on Tuesday. What does that mean? Now, give me, Diane, how are you today? Give me number 79. Number 79. All right. So we're going to have a great show today. But in the Georgia Hour at 10 o'clock, this level of what I call corruption, because Josh McCoon, the Georgia GOP chairman, he's an attorney, works for the state of Georgia. He's a state employee, works for he's an attorney. And when he gets frustrated with you, we'll say that nicely, you could get an email threatening litigation. Oh, yeah. but I have no fear. I mean, they've already run over me, backed over me, run over me again. I mean, my middle name is Tire Track. I don't care. Anyhow, this level of what I consider corruption will be exposed today at 10 o'clock. Take that down. Diane, how are you? All right. Diane, do you even exist? I mean, I have yet to receive your 5 points. I sent that email out 3 days ago. And I don't even know. Oh, there you are. Okay, Diane exists. Just checking, folks.
What email?
We're just checking.
Oh, your I got you.
Ha, right? Yes, so she exists. This is a little bit of, it's Friday. Today Zelensky shows up. Diane, give me number. I had one here a moment ago. Yeah, give me this one right here. I love this. Number 59, right? Number 59. There you go. Federal workers. I'm a victim of a hate crime. Asking what you do at work isn't a hate crime. Well, I hate it. I hate it. Now, when you look at this, that you think this is a joke, right? And they are losing it over Zelensky's coming today. I told you that, right? And Starmer, is that his name? The Prime Minister of the UK. Did they play bad guy, bad cop, good cop or something? Is that what they did? The little French bread boy, what was his name? Macron. He was here the other day and he was a real jerk. But then the UK guy shows up and he's nice and friendly and respectful. What's going on here? Zelensky shows up today. So, Diane, I'm going to ask you to play a video, but it has in a segment, Virginia, Northern Virginia, the 2026 election. We're going to talk about that. But if you look at this and you think this is a joke, do these people exist? Federal workers, I am a victim of a hate crime. Asking what you do at work isn't a hate crime. Well, I hate it. Are those people really out there? Give me video 4, and I want to stop it because it's quite lengthy. We're going to use it later, but give me video 4 for a minute, Diane.
The email that came out wanting us to justify our jobs with 5 things we did last week was on Saturday night. And I was literally working on Saturday night to make up for all the distractions I had had the previous week, which came from the executive branch. And so I'm working, trying to catch up on things, and then I get that email on top of it. It's very hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting threatened and harassed like that.
I mean, everyone is on pins and needles. There are tenured professionals that are,
Yes, those people exist. It's hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting harassed like that. It came in on Saturday night. I was working, trying to get caught up from all the distractions throughout the week. Now, let me translate. You ready? Let me give you a quick translation of that. My ass got caught. They found out we're not working. They found out we don't work. Before I could answer the questions, I had to actually do some work. So I was in the computer Saturday night trying to load up and make it look like I work every single day. Because then this comes and I'm like, what? How do I deal with this? Federal workers. Play that again one more time, just for me. I don't know. Play that again, and then I'll tell you when to stop. Listen. Yes. What?
The email that came out wanting us to justify our jobs with 5 things we did last week was on Saturday night. And I was literally working on Saturday night to make up for all the distractions I had had the previous week, which came from the executive branch. And so I'm working, trying to catch up on things, and then I get that email on top of it. It's very hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting threatened and harassed like that.
I mean, everyone is on pins and needles.
It's hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting threatened and harassed. I mean, I was there Saturday night. I'm trying to catch up. They caught us. They know we're not working. I have a second job. They don't know that yet. I hear the president say it. I'm a nervous wreck. You know, let me just say this for anyone out there that works for the federal government. Could you have, do you have, may you possibly have an essential job in the government that needs done today? Yes, there's that possibility, okay? It is out there. But he is the commander-in-chief. Now, we have all these sides of people and how they feel about Elon Musk. But even in the cabinet meeting 2 days ago, when he stood up, he addressed him as Mr. President, and he addressed him as the commander-in-chief and said when the commander-in-chief sent him a directive, he was to do it. Now, believe it or not, that's what he said. Very respectful. Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief has told me to do this, and he is the Commander-in-Chief. If you work for the federal government today, I understand you have a supervisor, you have a committee supervisor, you have probably 19 levels that you report to. And you got to put a TPS cover sheet, right? We all know what that is, right? Office space. You have to put the new TPS cover sheet on 19 reports to go to 19 different people. We get that. We understand exactly what you're saying. But the commander-in-chief sends out, and you hear he wants it, you answer it. You take 5 minutes and say, the boss of the boss of the boss. So I'll never forget. I'll make this very quick. I just started managing this new location 20 some years ago, 30 years ago. I just started managing this location, and I'm there a week, and we have divisions, and we have heads of divisions over at the corporate office, and we have a CEO, and then we have the owner. Okay. So I'm in the office and I get a buzz back, and I'll never forget, the lady said, Mr. So-and-so is on line 3. And I said, I'm on line 2 with a customer trying to wrap something up. Could you see if he could hold for 5 minutes? And I'll never forget, because I was new with the company, the lady said, I don't recommend you do that. I'll never forget. I don't recommend you do that. I do not recommend that I go back and ask him if he could hold. I recommend, it was very nice, I recommend the person on line 2 hold and see how long you're going to be. I said, I get it. I get it, loud and clear. This person had been with the company for several years, made a very nice recommendation. So I recommend you take the 5 minutes and you answer the chief of staff. Okay, 8:13, we're going to get moving along. We do have a lot of news this morning that is out there. Zelensky is coming today. He will be there. They're going to sign a deal. What exactly is in the deal? Trump did not give anything away yesterday. A lot of people are dicing and slicing what happened yesterday with the UK Prime Minister Starmer rushing over here, and then in front of the cameras, you know, he played nice. And by the way, we have a letter from the king. The king has addressed you and requests your presence. Your presence is requested by the king, and he will knight you when you come over there. 2 shoulders, the Donald, the knight of whatever. Yes. Because he knows that, right? And I do not like Sam I Am, the UK Prime Minister. I don't like Starmer. That's not going to be the show today. You and I, this audience here, you know him. You know there's more people that have been arrested in the UK for Facebook posts, right? Than in Russia. Okay? Social media, well, you'll say, well, they don't even allow it over there. Okay, whatever. More people, go look at the people that have been arrested in the UK for a Facebook post. So I do not like this guy, all right? But he played the part that he wanted to play yesterday. God save the king. And that's what he was sent over here to do. Look, this guy, the EU, set up to screw the US. True. Right? Zelensky's a dictator. True. There will be no NATO. Now, I want to see the day. That Vladimir Putin signs on to French and British troops. The UK, I want to see the day that he signs on to a deal saying the peacekeeping military that, well, is NATO, but not on a NATO mission, but if attacked or something goes wrong, will invoke Article 5 of NATO and say you attacked a NATO member. I want to see all that take place. Now, Trump left when they were asking questions yesterday. Trump left Starmer hanging. Well, are you guys going to put troops, peacekeeping? Are you going to put, troops to help secure, right? To back up the UK? Trump looks over and he said, oh, no, those are pretty tough guys over there. They're pretty tough guys. I don't see where they couldn't handle going it alone. Number four, yes, they're tough guys. I think they can handle it, right? You don't need us, right? Do you need us? I don't know that they need us. Stammer got very nervous over that. So he did come over, and he played the role, he played nice. I don't know what was said behind closed doors. Trump played the role. I am not nervous at all concerning these negotiations. Give me video. This is my favorite part yesterday. Sitting on the couch, freedom of speech, and Trump gave, where's it at here? Video 8. J.D. Vance, you're up.
Yes, ma'am. In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK, particularly. Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. Let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Yeah, look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies, but we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
We discussed.
Okay, just go look that up. You look at free speech and you talk about, China, I get it. Russia, okay. Don't gloss over the UK. And we did not, and I really like Trump. Here's the guy. This is the guy that said it. Go ahead, JD. Stand up, handle it. And he did. I have been reading Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. He's not Hank Paulson. He is not, what's his name, from Trump's first administration. Gary, what was his name? I forget anyhow. This is a different guy. I really like how he's discussing the private sector and the economy and turning it back into the true economic engine it should be. And I like seeing that he's in the room on this financial deal. So yesterday, I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back, talk about Zelensky, and at 8 o'clock, it's 8:21. I will look. If you have something, let me know. But I'm not going to get all number one, I'm not getting all up on edge about the Epstein file. Now, I'll just say this. I'm not critical of my president. I support my president. Okay? But I'm going to be very, I like the text message I got this morning. There needs to be a full court press on getting the documents released immediately regarding Epstein, JFK, RFK, MLK. And I'm going to add Malcolm X. I'm going to add Malcolm X. None of this has to do with me supporting, approving their message. All right? And I agreed with this. There needs to be a full court press on getting the documents released immediately regarding Epstein, JFK, RFK, MLK. I'm adding Malcolm X. This is the Trump administration. No excuses, no delay. Get it out there. I could not agree more. All right. And CNN and MSNBC, they are enjoying that. Basically last night, nothing came out. Nothing. And Pam Bondi said, you better have the file in my office by 8 a.m. to the FBI. That would be Kash Patel. So number one, you can see that there. All right. Number two, everybody's smiling and holding up the binders. MAGA media provided with Epstein files at the White House. yesterday. Now, I told you this. This is something I want you to pay attention to concerning the deep state corporate corrupt media. I actually like this young man. I don't dislike this young man, all right? He gets a paycheck. I don't get a paycheck. And bottom line, hey, send money. Send money now. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to put that pressure on you. But these people get a paycheck. They will stop and not cross some lines. Give me video 3. They will not cross certain lines, or they'll go a certain direction to make sure nothing happens to that direct deposit 2 p.m. on Fridays. Now, what do you see here? Jesse Waters, very nice man. But where is he at? Fox News. Who is highlighting? So what I've noticed here, and it's nothing new, what I have noticed here is that CNN and MSNBC, CBS also, ABC, what I've noticed is they've got the Trump administration working over here at Fox News, and they're preparing the narrative, and then they're over here running it on CNN and MSNBC. Every day, they're running a Fox News clip. And what is it? Pam Bondi with Jesse Waters talking about releasing what? The Epstein files. I want to go through just a couple more because we're going to come back and go right to Zelensky. But I just thought that the government employee, let's see, the judge, we'll talk about that. Diane, give me number 16. The judge blocks Trump administration mass firing for federal workers. We're going to talk about that. Today, isn't today the day the liberals say, do not purchase anything? Let's see if we can collapse our own economy. What the hell's wrong with these damn people? Number 24. Bondi points the finger at the FBI after promised Epstein document releases flops. Okay, sorry to do this. But how long did they know you would want the Epstein files? How many times have you been promised all of these files? So she's over there wagging her finger at who? Give me number 26. No new bombshells in Justice Department's release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And then we have I had it here just a moment ago. Well, that's Eugene Daniels. I'll have to show you that one in a minute. The cartels, we'll show you that one. Here you go. This is from is it the Telegraph? The UK 47, the UK Telegraph. Jeffrey Epstein docs released and hyped by AG Pam Bondi sparked anger and disappointment. So, release of Jeffrey Epstein files provokes anger among MAGA faithful. The evil deep state lied to your face. Trump's biggest MAGA fan seen holding phase 1. Why is there a phase 1? Drop the documents out on put a portal up for them. Well, we have to redact some of the victims. It's for their privacy. Put a portal up, drop them. Don't invite people to come out and take a picture of a binder. Do not select Do not select, all right? And I'm not being critical. Donald Trump, President of the United States, could you tell Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, which easy on the Kash Patel, I don't want to investigate it. I'm cool, Kash, I'm cool, all right? But can you tell them over there to dump it, not put a big scene up? Can you tell them not to run the Fox News and say, well, when you see this, it's sickening, it's disgusting, Jesse? Can you tell them not to do that? We don't need, right now, what we don't need is we need no damn political bullshit hype. We don't need any. Okay, we've had enough of that over the years. We are prepared, we the people, just throw it at us, okay? Open a portal for everyone to see. Drop a bombshell docs of WikiLeaks, okay? Drop them. Don't handpick who gets to hold up a binder and get their picture on everywhere. Don't do that to drive everybody over to listen to their podcast to see if I was on page 43 last night. Well, why can't I go to page 43 right now? I mean, really, it is not okay. It is not okay to campaign all around the country and tell us you're going to drop these docs and then you pick somebody? No, absolutely not. And now here's where we're at on it. Here you go. I like this little graphic. Number 49, right? This is the old Scooby-Doo. And then now I don't know what's in her office because they're playing some kind of games, all right? There's not a... All right, and this is number 50, a letter yesterday to Kash Patel from Pam Bondi. Before you came into office, I requested a full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received, approximately 200 pages. I got worked up. I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents. I want them on my desk by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, Pam? Excuse me. I have to be cautious. You just can't fly out, Pam. All right. Attorney General Bondi, you have had them for 32 minutes at 8 a.m. Please, no more political stunts, no more media stunts, no more calling certain people so they can go out and get a picture taken. Put a portal out, dump the damn documents for all of us. Everyone to read, to look at, and to sort through. Get the JFK, the RFK, the MLK, get the Malcolm X, get these documents out here. All right? Enough said. Or maybe I said too much. Just saying. All right, folks, we're going to take a break. These people should be in prison. I like this one here. Give me number 66. Excuse me for the coughing. I got worked up. I'm going to get a bottle of water during the break right here. This one really cracked me up. All right. Elon Musk. This is everyone at Fort Knox. Paint these bricks. Hurry. Trump's coming to count the gold. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP, and You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Now, let me just say this, okay? I want to show you a couple things. And, you know, we have gone through all week. It's Friday. Just a little programming note. Thank you very much. This will be my last program from Studio B. Monday morning, I will be in Studio A. All right, so this will be my last program from Studio B, and I've enjoyed the last 2 weeks here with you. Now, moving right along. We will get to Zelensky, but, you know, I like to say in the real world, in absolutely the real world. We have talked about Doge for 2 weeks. They are going after the town hall. Remember, they're going after the representatives there. And I told you in politics, these representatives, they don't connect to the real world. They just connect to their political career. That's it. That's it. They connect to their political career. They do not understand. Truly, they do not. They do not understand how things work. They claim to. If they get in the SUV, they have a chief of staff. And if the chief of staff says polling has shifted on this subject in our district this way or 2 points this way, it's not, well, I know, but we got to save the country. No, polling has shifted. And if polling shifts, and they have an ounce of concern about their political future, not the country, not you and I, not the debt. The debt they have no concern. It's 100% their political career. And we've watched that. And I will say this, the MSNBC and they know to stage, they all know to stage these town halls to give the impression that these people may have a problem with their political career, and that could move the needle to get the Rich McCormick, to get the members of Congress to say, hey, Elon Musk, slow down. Now, to you and I, we've talked about this. Duplication of services, right? So give me number 60. And here's a couple. Doge. This was February 28th at almost 1 a.m. this morning. Since this post, USGSA took immediate action to reduce IT spend by deleting, right, 114,163 unused software licenses and 15 underutilized redundant software products for a total of annual savings of $9.6 million. Agencies often have more software. That was 3 days ago. They have run the reports 3 days ago. Agencies often have more software licenses than employees. Now, for example, at GSA, with 13,000 employees, there are blank software licenses. And you know, you think about this in the real world. There is a program out there that you can buy that will go through and find duplicated services that you're paying a monthly fee. There's commercials where you put this app on your phone, it goes through everything, and it says, wow, you have 12 monthly subscriptions to something you don't need, you don't use. It's a duplication. There's a commercial that says they saved this one individual $100 and some a month in unused, unnecessary, duplicated subscriptions. And to you and I, that's tangible money. $9.6 million. We know that. We know there's duplications of software, duplications of licenses, and products in the federal government, because remember, they have line items in these budgets, and it says computer upgrade, software, digital, blah, blah, blah. We got $3 million. Why not? Well, I do have a nephew that has a software company. There you go. Perfect. Number 61, agencies often have more software licenses than employees. Here you go. Here's the rest of that. And the licenses are often idle. For example, GS, blah, blah, 13,000 employees. There were 37,000 WinZip licenses, 19,000 training software subscriptions, 7,500 project management software seats for a division with 5,500 employees, 3 different ticketing systems running in parallel. Now, I would think all the networks would come out and say, you know, I have to tell you, this would run any company broke. This would run any corporation broke. You're broke. You get fat as a corporation and you look and you have divisions all over the United States, and the first thing you do is you look at the duplicated services and you look at the different systems you're running and licenses, and you look and you say, hey, why do we have 75 of these? That's in the real world. Those people go broke. Our government, it will go broke. Elon Musk is correct. Are you talking about just a couple of these? Yes. The continuation of this will cause us to go broke. Number 62, in 2023, USOPM took out a $6 million loan, Technology Modernization Fund, to convert the blah, blah, blah website to a new platform. $6 million. After spending $5 million, it is nowhere near complete. And if it was finished, it would cost $400,000 a year to host. OPM has canceled the project and will give back the remaining funds. Now, this is one more, and we will get past this. 63. Here's the thing. Remember when we're at March 14th, right? That's when we expire. No more money. Boom, it's up. March 14th. We have lived, our government lived how many years off CRs, continuing resolutions, spending resolutions, right? It's where we're at. On and on. Remember, we were going to receive 12 appropriations bills. Remember, 12. Oh, we're going to get 12. You see, somebody writes this in. Now, to the ones like Jerry Whitehead, remember yesterday we brought you the Rhode Island senator that $6 million worth of grants went into. Remember, $6 million worth of grants went into something that resulted in $2.6 million falling into his wife's bank account, where she is an employee of the NGO. So every single thing I'm about to show you, you have to remember somebody writes it in. Not only do we need to stop it, we need to look at the author who wrote it, right? Who wrote it, who put it in, right? Who inserted it? They have to go. Where did the money go to? The kickbacks, all the above. I have to tell you, I want to know, and I'm going to be clear and I'm going to move on. I want to know, I want them to drop the Epstein files. I want them to drop the JFK, the RFK. I want them to do that, the MLK, Malcolm X. Put them in a portal, drop them, and get away from them. But I want the FBI to go thoroughly through Comey, the entire group. I want them to start putting a team together. You got to keep in mind that January 6th, right? Now think about this. Go ahead and give me number 63 so people inserted into spending every single thing. Now to senators, that's couch cushion change, right? That's what we continue to be told. Couch cushion change, right? But don't forget the J6 investigation, largest investigation in the DOJ in the country's history, nationwide. More manpower hours across the country. It touched every FBI divisional office in America, right? Every one. Largest. We need an investigation into the laundered money and where it went. Because I'm an American citizen and I want to report a crime against the people. U.S. tax dollars were going to be spent on the following items, right? 60 million indigenous peoples and Afro-Columbia empowerment. Inclusive justice. That was important. All right. Let's see. Female empowerment in Colombia. Okay, I can see that. 8 million to reduce the stigma, discrimination, and violence against the LGBTQ plus communities. I don't even know where that's at. The Caribbean. What? Send me that 25K. So they continue to laugh at us because we want to look at this and we want to fire these people and clean out all the duplication and get rid of all of this overhead. Now, they found a judge to stop the firing. And give me number 21, right? Federal judge. OPM does not have any authority whatsoever under any statute in the history of the universe, to hire or fire any employee but its own. Right? So they found the mass firing. And go ahead, let's look at a couple of these graphics before we look at the, yes, number 6, mass firings halt. Put a halt to it. Wonder where they found the judge. Let's see. Where did they find this judge? Number 16, judge blocks Trump administration mass firing of federal workers. Slow down there. Slow down. Now, that being said, our judge, I have it here. Where's our judge? Here he is. Number 56. This is our judge. From none other than San Francisco, right? Here's our judge. Senior Judge, United States District Court of the Ninth District of California. Appointed by Bill Clinton. Well, he looks like a judge from the universe. And here he is, number 57, Senior District Judge William Alsup. Is that his name? Alsup? From San Francisco Courthouse. That's where he works, in San Francisco on the 19th floor. That's the judge they found. So we will get that overturned. We will get that overturned. Let's see. I had one more that I wanted to show you. We'll wait till after the break. We have the State of the Union coming up Tuesday, but let's take our break now. And when we come back, we're going to talk about Zelensky being here today because I need to check. And I got to go through the text messages I sent out. And at 10 o'clock, the Georgia Hour, we're going to talk about the Georgia GOP chairman race in Georgia. Georgia GOP Inc. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we are back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. This will be my last day broadcasting from Studio B at 10 a.m., the Georgia hour. You know, I told you this, some things are starting to move rapidly in Georgia. I can't sit idly by. I haven't. I've been waiting, like timing. When do I do this? When do we start working on this? Well, things are moving quite rapidly. Give me number 75. We are going to thoroughly look at this, in my opinion, corruption. A level of corruption at the Georgia GOP. This is your chance. And I'm going to put it like this at 10 o'clock. Donald Trump was your chance. This is your chance, Georgia, to clean house on the swamp. And it has to be with Josh McCoon. It has to be. Has to be. Now, I am going to be very thorough, where when I get done, you're going to say, I got to get in touch with all the delegates across the state. He has to be stopped. No return. No return for the Georgia GOP, Inc., to return to the Georgia GOP if this guy gets elected. Done. Finished. And sadly, there's leadership claiming, under the guise of grassroots conservative values, that this is the guy to go forward with, when what they've really done is become part of the swamp, trying to wear the Scooby-Doo mask there of the villain. Take that off. 10 o'clock. All right. So Zelensky will be there in just a couple momentos. Give me number 5. And this is all going to come to full circle. But before Zelensky, let's remember something. How did we get here? Right? How did we get here? We got here, the guy's coming. I have very conservative people. I have constitutionalists. I have people that believe in the republic, that actually understand the Federalist Papers, that understand the Constitution better than your host. They are right down the line. And they're not pleased with some things that are going on with foreign policy. But in some ways, we have to edge our way back, one step at a time, because of the disaster we were put in. Keep in mind, this is the result today. This guy coming over here, Xi Jinping, what I'm about to show you, is a result today of Joe Biden allowing Russia to enter Ukraine. It's a result today of the deep state, people like Anthony Fauci. The list goes on, that this guy here is full circle, Russian delusion. Everything is full circle of stealing a 2020 election from Donald J. Trump and the American people. So I'm going to show you this, but here we go. 52 in 4 years, Biden, right? In 4 years, Biden was never there. Never there. North Korea said it fired strategic cruise missile for nuclear deterrence. That was today. Well, they say that, okay? They say that, but there you go. 53. This is from Istanbul, Turkey, right? This is not from our publications. So Zelensky's coming over here. Donald Trump's got Putin. Well, he's a Putin sympathizer. Well, he likes Putin. Well, he is. Wait a minute. So North Korea. Now, South Korea is in a mess. That has been pushed over. They put the gravy over it so you couldn't see the mashed potatoes are burnt. I don't know what's that? That sounds like a John Kennedy comment from Louisiana. Don't forget, South Korea, they just had their president or whatever arrested, martial law. They do not have, everything is not clicking like it should be in South Korea. It's not. And North Korea is looking for that opening on that day they can unify. There is still there is still a unification, a Korean Peninsula unification policy in North Korea. They still plan. There's no peace treaty there. They never ended the war. There's a day they think they can reunify all of Korea. And everything, I know we've got, 53,000 troops. I mean, we've got an enormous base in South Korea, but everything's not great there. Right. So North Korea says it fired. Istanbul, North Korea on Friday said they conducted a strategic cruise missile launch drill in the West Sea as part of its nuclear deterrence strategy. So 53, right? That's 53. 54. Sorry about that. 54. Now, keep in mind, Zelensky, we're going to turn all this around. This is from another publication. This is not the same publication. North Korea conducted cruise missile tests to show nuclear attack readiness. Now, Putin and North Korea are friendly enough that North Korea will die for Russia. Well, you're making a lot. They have sent, 12 or 15,000 troops. 4 or 5,000 North Koreans are dead in the war. But North Korea, will go to Russia because they have a border. If you look, take a map out. Right? They have a border. It's this long up at the top. And they will fight for Russia. There is a pact that's signed, North Korea, Russia. There's a pact that's signed with an unconditional pact signed with China. China is spinning the ships around the Taiwan Strait. You can't make any of this up. It all has happened recently. Would let it happen. It's there. So today, a week ago, when Macron comes here, you can't criticize Trump. Some people are looking at every action. How did he sit? What did he say? What words? Yesterday, you can't criticize Trump. Do you know what Marco Rubio has to do to follow around Anthony Blinken's disgusting mess? Jake Sullivan's mess? Nance is out there throughout the world. Is that his name? Marco Rubio, right? Ratcliffe at the CIA. Do you realize just those three alone, what they have to crisscross the world? Now, you can call me an isolationist all day long. You're an isolate. Call me that all day long. You want a wall between you and Canada, and you want a wall between, you want a wall between you and Mexico, and you want sharks in the Pacific, and you want sharks in the Atlantic, and that's what you want. Call me anything you want, but I am smart enough to realize there's a world out there, and I am smart enough to realize that people like this have built nuclear weapons, Iran also, that could reach Hawaii, right? Could reach the West Coast, California. I know that. I know these people have developed weapons. I know these are not good people. I know that evil terrorists have access to these kind of things that could have come across our border. I know that cartels in Mexico right now could have surface-to-air missiles to take out civilian airliners in the war that may be coming in Mexico. So every damn time Donald Trump sits down in a chair with somebody, quit taking a notepad and scrutinizing the guy as though he just gave the whole ship away. That ship is gone. We gave that damn thing away for selfish reasons, corrupt, selfish reasons. So there will be no NATO. Now, before we continue down that road, I mean, the people should be in prison. So we've talked about, right? I told you this the other day, the circle. The circle. Give me, here it is, number 37, right? Trump's new world order. Strong men make the rules. This is Trump's. Analyzing Trump in 40 days. 40 days analyzing Trump. Then you have right here, number 38, Trump says he believes Putin would abide by the terms of a ceasefire deal with Ukraine if reached. Does he have a choice? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that we could trust Russia. I don't know. I don't know if we could trust Russia, unlike we could trust the people that put Joe Biden in office, unlike can we trust Putin, unlike trusting Anthony Blinken that helped orchestrate 51 spies to lie to the American people before the election. I don't know. Can we trust Jake Sullivan Jake Sullivan and the Hillary Clinton when Hillary Clinton, let's see, Jake Sullivan is the one that went and floated out the Russian. Well, we'll get into that later. I don't know. Can we trust Putin? I don't know who, right? But I know this. What do you keep hearing? You keep hearing the Ukraine, right? Well, we didn't give Ukraine all that money. So I want to get past this because I really do. I get angry. I'm not really doing a program here. I'm just spouting anger at this point. But I understand how the economy works. That's not being arrogant. I understand how it works, okay? I'm a free market, American free market capitalist. Not world free market capitalist. American free market capitalist. And if you put my product on your shelf, I'll put your product on my shelf. We shall see. We'll work from there. But that being said, I don't like corporate welfare. I don't like the federal government really giving out what I call corporate welfare. And this is not a Bernie Sanders talking point. Ask me later. We'll do a segment on that. I don't like it. So I do understand how the economy works. A free market, turning the engine economy. You give me money for my product. I now have money. I go to the store. I spend my money. I buy a washing machine because I want the washing machine because I now have money. The guy that built the washing machine or the lady that built the washing machine has to build another one to put back in place where I bought the last one. Someone has to drive that washing machine back to the store and load it up. I mean, I love absolutely the circle of the economic engine. I absolutely do. I really enjoy that. I'll go one more step that has a little arrogance tied to it. I could teach a class on that tomorrow. Now, that being said, the evil ones, wanted you and I to believe that Joe Biden saved the economy, that Joe Biden brought us back, that Joe Biden, right, we're looking at, why do you think they hate Doge? That Joe Biden, the American economy is roaring back. How many days do we have video of that? And yes, the inflation is there, but it's a good thing because the economy's roaring back, the inflation is up, but it's going to come down. Everything's going to balance out, and we're going to be great again. And how many times did they bring this little beady-eyed rat, all right, to the charts? Give me picture. Right, give me this one here, because I'm getting to Zelensky. I know what you're saying. Hey, you ever going to get to Zelensky? Give me 36, Ratner, right? How many, this is a former Obama economic advisor, right? Europe gives more aid to Ukraine. Now, Europe gives more aid. The U.S. defense industry, Ratner. How many videos, Diane, you know it, how many videos do I have in the last 2 years where they brought this guy in and showed you the Ratner charts and how the rate of inflation was slowing? I could show you. And the economy was increasing and jobs and this was happening in this direction and where we stood in the world. Remember that? Every bit of it, false and lies, every bit. Circles, circles, and circles of theft from the American people, right? You cannot, I continue to tell people, I can give you an accounting. I can give you a county. I'm going to show you something here, and I got to get past this. And Diane, if I don't, come on the mic and say, get past this. I can show you a county that voted 78% for Donald Trump, that the government structure of that county is the largest employer in the county. The county employees, the school employees, the city employees, by the time you put every one of them together, they equal their paychecks coming from the taxpayers. They equal the largest employer in that county. Now, I could show you counties all over the United States that mirror that, where we have exploded. All right? Now, as one person said to me one time that gets a county paycheck, I know an individual that is 50 years old that has drawn a paycheck from the county. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, since they were 18 years old. They've never drawn a paycheck from anything else but the county. And they looked at me one day and said, well, I pay taxes too. And I looked at the individual and I said, yes, you do. You pay taxes based on the money that I put in that went to you, that you pay taxes. But when there's more of you than me, that vicious cycle will eat itself, and you cannot pay your own taxes and keep refreshing that bucket to where it will have holes in it and it will be empty one day. You can't pay and create your own tax structure. It won't happen. It can't work. Did you understand what I just said? That's what we've been doing. That's actually why I really am pulling to like Scott Bassett. Just the fact that he says we're going to return. And that's a difficult turn, folks. But we're going to return the private sector, that economic engine to turn. Now, the reason I got that is because they bring this little guy on here, and what do you keep hearing? You keep hearing, well, Donald Trump says 300 billion, 350 billion, and he wants 500 billion in your minerals. Give me your minerals, right? But that's just not true. It didn't go to Zelensky. The cycle of corruption. Watch and listen to the cycle of corruption videos. And this is unlike not even 6 months ago. They were telling you that if we stayed on track with Kamala, we're going the right direction. The cycle of corruption, video 7.
Walk us through another part of this that is so important. When we talk about the 120 billion that we have given Ukraine, a lot of that has gone to U.S. factories, U.S. workers, U.S. And the U.S. economy, because a lot of the work supports American businesses.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. So let's take a look over here at 2 points. The first, the one that you're referring to, it's been estimated, that as much as 70% of our aid has actually been spent in the United States. So that is money that is here. It's not even necessarily in the form of aid. We've just literally sent them equipment, sent them ammunition that we have then replaced using our money from U.S. factories, U.S. workers. I want to make one other point about this, and then I'll get back to that, which is that we have committed only another $5 billion at this moment of aid. And you remember, and it was shown on the other chart, how up and down our aid commitments have been. It's been a fight with the Senate every time a president has tried to get it. The EU has promised another $121 billion of aid. So if they actually do this, their aid will be vastly greater than ours. Back to the question of where the money is spent. Here's a map of the United States. All these dots represent amounts of money spent in different congressional districts. There are 9 congressional districts up here in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania and so forth, where over $1 billion has been spent in each of these 9 districts. 6 of them happen to be held by Republicans, by Democrats, 3 of them held by Republicans. And then you have the slightly lighter color, and those are 500 to $1 billion. And I do, Joe, you might be interested in this, want to point out one specific district, which is Florida 1, right here, which is getting $500 million to $1 billion of this money back into their district.
So, Steve, let's turn to a different topic now. We had got New York.
So what you're telling us that all of the purchases and the workers and the companies that you thought were doing so well, the entire beast has been the printing machine in the basement of the U.S. government, just printing money and pushing it out into our country, can't call it an economy, and creating a total false, complete mirage of, an increase of things going well, completely false. Now, while they did this, the media, the complicit media, which most of you have watched this week, give me number 64, right? This is Jake Tapper, Fake Tapper. This guy's coming out with a book called The Original Sin. And this guy, The Original Sin, now available for pre-order, Jake Tapper, been working hard on this with blah, 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 from interviews with more than 200 White House insiders, Dem leaders, and more. And give me number 65, The Original Sin, President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again. Just like they didn't know. He acts like he didn't know. We have all watched this. This has gone all over. That's pretty good. Video 10.
How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
First and foremost, I had no idea that Joe Biden ever suffered from a stutter. I think what we see on stage with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable
You have
to watch somebody on stage
That's so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline.
Well, when you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline. I would think
I'm not
that somebody
diagnosing,
in the
I'm
Trump
saying that
family
we
would be
see
more
that Joe
sensitive
Biden of
to people who
today
do not have
is
medical
not the Joe
licenses,
Biden of 5
diagnosing
years ago,
politicians
of 10
from
years
afar.
ago.
Plenty of people have diagnosed your father from afar, and I'm sure it offends you, your father-in-law from afar. I'm sure it offends you. You don't have any
I'm
standing
not
to say.
diagnosing him. What I'm saying,
You
Jake,
just talked
is
about
that
a
we can
cognitive
clearly
decline.
see that Joe Biden
I
is
have one last
struggling
question for you, Laura. You
many
can't.
times on stage, and it's very concerning to a lot of people that this could be the leader of the free world.
Okay.
That is all I'm saying. I
Thank
genuinely
you,
feel
Laura
sorry
Trump.
for Joe Biden.
I appreciate it. I'm sure.
Now, he wants you to believe he didn't realize this. Now, I'm going to bring this all the way around, I promise. Okay, bringing it all the way around. Give me video 9, Jake Tapper, video 9.
Economically and politically, we still have real problems. But look what we got done. We passed so much legislation that significantly makes a point about, for example, the American Rescue Plan.
Remember his card? Biden could not sit anywhere. Jake Tapper wants you to believe that he did not realize that Joe Biden was not running the White House. The entire White House. Now, they are freaking out. We're going to tie all this together. They're freaking out because they're taking control over it. Give me number 42. This is Eugene Daniels. Eugene Daniels is White House Correspondents Association. They're elite. They're better than us. They are better than us. They wanted to control it. They controlled keeping you away from Joe Biden's cognitive. They are complicit in crimes. Every one of them are complicit in a crime. Now, you watch Donald Trump. I do not want you to see this because I'm getting ready to bring it around. I don't want Trump criticized. You got it? The deal he makes today, I don't want him criticized. And I'm gonna explain. Give me number 43. This has nothing to do with the free press and everything to do with Washington's media. So arrogant to have someone like Eugene Daniels as a mascot dying a slow death. Now, this is Eugene Daniels. I have told you about him, number 44. I've watched him many times. Look at this lady's jacket, a brooch. His fingernails are colored. Sometimes he'll wear pearls. That's the head of the White House Correspondents Association, and they are freaking out. Now, let's get to the deal today. I don't know what Zelensky will do today. I don't know what Trump will do today. But I love this. This is my favorite part yesterday. Video 1.
Back and forth a week ago when the U.S. president called Ukraine's leader a dictator.
I think the president and I actually have had a very good relationship. It maybe got a little bit testy.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
You guys, did I say that? Are you sure? They can't have video 2.
Think of it, a modestly successful comedian, a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
He did say that. President Trump yesterday dodging previous comments he made about Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The two leaders will meet today at the White House to finalize a mineral rights deal. The question is, will Ukraine get any security guarantees along with that agreement?
You have to remember the guy coming over today is their hero. Zelensky's their hero. I'm serious. It's their Braveheart. It really is. This is their hero. I mean, you have not heard one of these networks talk about Trump as though he's the president of the United States and, we support our country. This is not an impartial, neutral media. They cheer for the other side all the time. They absolutely cheer against our country. Now, keep in mind, not even 40 days ago he was inaugurated, but in November, right? November. So November, December, January, February, 4 months ago. If things would have been different. What if, right? It's like Back to the Future. Remember Marty McFly? Give me what if, number 35, keep in mind. What if these people with Minka, Joe, what if Kamala's president today? They would be doing a segment this morning on how much more money that Congress needs to allocate to Ukraine to win the war. How we need to now, your conversation this morning, right? Your conversation this morning would be how Zelensky's coming over here to finalize the deal to become a member of NATO, and how we're going to add a NATO European military base, whatever. That would be your conversation. Give me number 36. Kamala Harris is president of the United States. This guy right here would be putting up charts and showing you the NATO, where NATO expansion could only cost this much, and we would only need to put this much in, whatever. He would be running all the numbers of what we put in, what we should put in, and how more spending could help if Kamala Harris, right? Then what if this guy right here, give me number 4, right? Number 4. If Zelensky is in Ukraine and he was coming here today, if that guy was looking over at that chair and it was Kamala Harris, Stammer would be here to help discuss on how together, how unified. And see, yesterday he kept talking about how thankful that the world is that Donald Trump changed the discussion, that brought up peace. Finally, peace was never discussed, would have never been discussed. But they're all on board. Kamala Harris is there. He would be over here talking about the greatest ally and how we always defend each other and support each other, and how excited he is to be here on the day that they make the decision to put Ukraine into NATO, and how they're all going to come together with the EU leading the way and putting a military base of NATO in Ukraine to defend all of Europe. That's what that would be if that seat was there. And this guy was coming over today. Number 5, if this guy was coming over today after he left, he would be coming over. If Kamala Harris was president of the United States, and he would be meeting with Kamala Harris and they would be shaking hands. And then he would be today, if 4 months ago would have gone different, he would be addressing to the joint session of Congress with a Ukrainian flag hanging over the top of the State House, while he thanked all of Congress for billions of more investment in Ukraine and a new military base, and maybe putting nuclear weapons in there for NATO. If all of that would have taken place 4 months ago at Kamala Harris. But instead, number 8, all that is wiped out. All it's wiped out, because he's going to meet with that guy. He's going to meet with Trump. And they all changed their tune. And Macron came over here and thanked Donald Trump for starting the process of getting them out of this war. And Stammer said the same thing. And Zelensky wants out of the war now and is looking for a path forward. All of them so excited that Trump changed the narrative and they can find peace, right? He's meeting with Trump. Totally different. And Trump said NATO, not gonna happen. Remember? Not gonna happen. 46. Is he going to become a part of the EU? Not according to the current EU president from Hungary, Prime Minister. Ukraine's ascension to EU, unthinkable at this time. It could have all went the other way 4 months ago if they, and you know that's a big one, that's their pronoun, right? The group would have had their way, the deep state. So absolutely, under no circumstances do I condemn, criticize. I'm watching it all happen on Donald Trump's watch, and I support him. And I'm not going to jump on his back. I'm gonna go with him, see what he does here. It's the only chance I have, and it's the hope we have for our country right now. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. I went in quite a direction earlier, but I had to. I had to do it. Somebody had to do it. The corruption, the lies. I can't stand that. Nope. I can't stand it. And I watch the complicit media. All right, so I'm your host, BKP. You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Half of last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all of this week, I have been broadcasting from Studio B. I enjoy that. I do it once a year for a couple weeks out of the year. I think last year I was almost 3 weeks. But anyhow, today is my last broadcast from this studio. And I will be back in the main studio where I will say I'm a Ronald Reagan Republican. And I've got what do I have behind me? I don't know. I can't wait to get back. I forgot what it looks like. Now, that being said, everything is a setup, as I always say. Now, at 10 o'clock, we're going to talk about, if I'm running for office and I have to go get a makeover, and I have a stylist and a publicist, and then you tell me the office I'm running for is an unpaid position? And then you want to lead people to believe that your wife worked at the office for free. The Georgia Hour, you don't want to miss it. All right. Now, so 2026 is coming rapidly. All of these Doge job cutbacks, federal employees, the largest, fastest growing area in the United States during the 8 years of Barack Hussein Obama was Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia. So we know Glenn Youngkin. I don't dislike Glenn Youngkin. He knows, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, knows how to play the balancing act. And he hit at the exact right time. He hit it right at the right time in Virginia to win as a Republican. Everything was checked off. Perfect timing for a Republican. Give me 55. Now, in Virginia, a governor can only run one term. I think that's the term limit, so he cannot run. We'll have a governor's race. But again, with Obama, I'm going to show you this. With Obama, the largest growth in America in those 8 years was government employees in Northern Virginia. Absolutely. You can go in those blue areas to the top. Well, you have down there Richmond, Virginia, right? And you have, Kamala 51.83, 46.05 to Trump. She won Virginia. Virginia is red. You have the real hard rural Virginia, getting closer to Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, those areas. Then you get up into Virginia, Winchester County, right? Coming out of DC, gets a little pink. You have not as hard red, but you have red on West Virginia, Maryland line up there. We'll just say that. Leave it there. So your career, Virginia, midterms. So why did they go to, and that's what they're looking at, the midterms in Virginia. And I have it here. Give me number. There's the Doge, original, blah, blah, blah. I thought I had it there, but anyhow. They lay in the groundwork, 2026, Virginia. Give me this. You watched this morning. The bravery. But where does this happen? Video 3.
On leave packed up their belongings from the now closed headquarters yesterday. Workers were given 15-minute windows to clear out their desks as the Trump administration's dismantling of the agency moves into its final stages. Some staffers were seen weeping as they carried out bags and boxes of personal items from their time in public service. But as they left, they were met by hundreds of supporters gathered outside with signs and messages of appreciation, including "You and your mission mattered." But many of those federal workers and Medicaid.
Did you see the lady in the mask? Give me this one here. That one, this is my favorite pick of the day. I should have a pick of the day. Where's it at there? So here is like my favorite. I had it here just a minute ago. Yeah, give me number 14. The lady in the mask, right? She's outside. These are who they are. She braved the elements. She took the chances of the germs and was compelled to rush and hug this government worker, even with a mask on, outdoors. And so we have 28. Conservative radio faces backlash. Callers calling in, backlash. Doge firings. Number 29, Conservative radio faces backlash. We have a Republican, Nicole Malotakis, right, from New York. Slow down. Take a break. My political career. Do you realize it's at stake? Number 30, Conservative radio, Rich McCormick, right? Number 32, the town halls. Conservative radio, it's all a setup, every bit of it. We've talked about it, right? Every last bit of it, because who would dare set something like this up? Number 58. AstroTurf, the fake outrage at Doge at GOP town halls are being coordinated by Soros-backed NGO called Indivisible. Is that what it's called? I don't have my glasses there. President Trump and his Doge efforts are overwhelmingly popular among Republicans and independents. Even a majority of Democrats approve of cost cutting. Here is Soros-backed couple filled GOP town halls with fake Republicans. It is true. I told you this. I have signed up for every group out there so I can get the notifications and the emails. They tell you, get there early, sit up front. Then the next step, what's the next step? Call into conservative radio like you're a Trump voter, like you're MAGA, like you support Trump, but you're upset with this. And you don't really like Elon Musk doing this. And you're MAGA, but one of your neighbors got laid off. Every single bit of it is a circle of corruption and manipulation, and it's all a lie. It's deep state. Now, going on, town halls where? Virginia, video 4.
The email that came out wanting us to justify our jobs with 5 things we did last week was on Saturday night. And I was literally working on Saturday night to make up for all the distractions I had had the previous week, which came from the executive branch. And so I'm working, trying to catch up on things, and then I get that email on top of it. It's very hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting threatened and harassed like that.
I mean, everyone is on pins and needles. There are tenured professionals that are, maybe within months of retirement, but, they're trying to stick it out for everyone else and be brave. And the jobs that we do, I support the Defense Department, and the jobs that we do are so stressful. And to have this on top of it, I mean, I know that that's their goal, is to make it miserable. So the people that are staying and fighting, I just can't thank them enough.
How does that feel? Like, how does it feel? Your sense of service. But for you personally,
I'm devastated. I'm devastated. I feel so bad for my colleagues, and don't forget about my colleagues that are overseas, and they don't even know how they're getting home, and they're just being terminated. They're just being shown the door, and wherever they land, that's all. That's it. I mean, I'm taking a very big risk by being interviewed, but at this point, you have to stand up and you have to talk and you have to take a stand.
is there any amount of enough that would be good enough from Democrats on the Hill?
What do you mean by enough?
What could they do that would feel sufficient?
I don't feel enough. I feel like what they're doing is sending out these text messages, saying, oh my God, we've got to do X because this is happening. I'm retired. I can't throw money unless I know what the money's going to be used for. I think rather than throwing money, it seems like the entire Democratic campaign was run that way. And I think what we need to do is to say, here's what we're doing.
Brave. Brave. How brave. Stressful. This is so stressful. We have to work now. Do you realize the amount of stress of going to work 5 days a week? I'm only good for 28 hours. They want 40. This is really, really stressful right now. They are asking questions and emails. I mean, we may have to go back to doing reports. And then the one lady, devastated, brave. This is so stressful. Devastated. Oh, we're just devastated. Now they're in Virginia. Northern Virginia. Give me number 59. These are federal workers, right? And Ali is going to all these events. They're going to stage Northern Virginia. It's going to be a battleground. Northern Virginia will be a battleground. They're trying to turn this into a 2026. So let's go with video 5.
To hundreds of events where voters and constituents come out to talk with their public elected officials. There was a sense of anxiety that was so palpable at that event last night in Virginia. On a Thursday night, hundreds of people coming out, getting babysitters for their kids so that they can come and ask questions of their elected officials. You see the room there is packed. They had people online as well. And the stories that were shared were people who wanted to get into government service. They wanted to help their fellow Americans by using their skills across any number of agencies. Some of them are currently laid off. Others got to the microphone last night and said, I think I'm probably getting laid off tomorrow, because we know that those firings have been coming on Fridays. And so there is financial concern. There's concern about the direction that the country is heading in. But then there's also a demand on Democrats, like the congressman here, to do something, and no real sense of what that something could be.
They had to get babysitters. And they came out on a weeknight, on a Thursday night. You know, I have watched property tax go up. I have watched in the state of Georgia, HB 581, school boards just walk right over the voters. I have watched different taxes introduced. I have watched planning and zoning meetings that change everything in a community. And 5 people show up in the room. 3 people show up in the room. A public hearing, a town hall hearing, and three people show up. These are all manufactured. They're staged on a normal basis. Nobody would show up at these things. Not that, hey, I've got no problem with people showing up. I'm just saying, you know, they had to get babysitters. Now, you can only... It's laughable. It really is. I mean, I know this is The Office, but we watch the videos, federal workers. I'm the victim of a hate crime. Asking what you do at work isn't a hate crime. Well, I hate it. Donald Trump saying, do you people have a pulse? Do you work here? Right? I mean, are these people, do you know what you're doing? Can you answer? You got to find a little humor in this. Give me video 6.
Kramer, I've been reviewing your work. Quite frankly, it stinks.
Well, I've been having trouble at home, and I'll work harder, nights, weekends, whatever it takes.
No, I don't think that's going to do it. These reports you handed in, it's almost as if you have no business training at all. I don't know what this is supposed to be.
Well, I'm just trying to get ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. There's just no way that we could keep you on.
But I don't even really work here.
That's what makes this so difficult.
Okay, so that's a comedy. That's a comedy. This is real. Diane, go to video 4. That's a comedy. Now listen to this lady in video 4.
The email that came out wanting us to justify our jobs with 5 things we did last week was on Saturday night. And I was literally working on Saturday night to make up for all the distractions I had had the previous week. which came from the executive branch. And so I'm working, trying to catch up on things, and then I get that email on top of it. It's very hard to keep your train of thought when you're getting threatened and harassed like that.
I mean, everyone is on pins and needles.
That was not a comedy. That was real. I work nights, I work weekends, I'm trying to get caught up. And then I'm being threatened and harassed. All right. State of the Union. State of the Union Tuesday night. Well, wait a minute. We'll get there. State of the Union Tuesday night. Democrat response, number 27, Elise Slotkin. All right. The junior senator from Michigan, Elise Slotkin, will deliver a Democrat response to Trump's joint address. So State of the Union is Tuesday night. And what else do we have here? Zelensky's here today. Oh, you know what? I think it's sad. Why would Kennedy do this? Number 23. I mean, the guy's only been there a week and he let a child die of measles. Why would... sorry, folks. I shouldn't even be lighthearted about that. Unvaccinated child dies of measles in Texas. Like for 2 days, 3 days now. It's like Kennedy killed this kid. Sorry, I really shouldn't even I'm not making light of it. Let's put it that way. Not at all. What else do I have here that we showed you the judge, right? Showed you the judge. And give me number 76, Diane. When we return for the Georgia Hour, there you go. BKP for Georgia. That does it for BKP Politics. In about 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, There's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, welcome to the Georgia Hour with BKP on voiceofruralamerica.com. I want to thank you so much for tuning in. This will be our last program from Studio B, as we told you. Hey, Diane, as we start, I like this one, number 76. Let's put that one on the screen. And I sent you several more. We don't need them right now, but I sent you several that should be in an email. So for those of you out there that are following legislation and you're trying to stop or alter, change, put substitutes, get paragraphs removed from legislation, regardless of what it may be, it has to be out of committee Monday. Now, this is how it works. It should be in committee. Your bill that you're looking at. So I'm going to give you how it works so you know when you're out there, because we have groups that are focusing on the bill, what is it? What 2-something, trying to stop the database. Is it HB 216 or 261? I don't want to confuse that. But
268.
Okay, there you go. I'm 0 for 3. So 268. You're fighting that one. There's multiple bills out there that the tort reform. But in clarification, all the bills have to be, this is the way it's supposed to work. They should be in committee right now. Now, a big day for legislation. So if you're working with teams, we're not going to narrow down to one. We're just going to give you some strategy for today. If you're working with teams to fight, go against legislation, it's today, tomorrow, Sunday. You may not like that. And Monday night. So Monday, you have to follow all the committee hearings. Today, the committee hearings. What comes out of committee today, right? What comes out of committee Monday? You may have a bill stuck right now. Now, get strategy. This is all strategy. So if you have a bill you're trying to get passed, you have a bill that your state legislator said, hey, we're working on this. Is it in committee right now as we speak this Friday morning? If not, when? Why? And then Monday, between now and Monday, call your state legislators. Get my bill out of committee. Now, if you have a bill that is not out of committee, our suggestion for strategy today and Monday, go to the bill, look at the committee it's assigned to. It will be right there. Go to that committee. You click on that committee. Get the members. Call them. Get my bill. Start a campaign. Get my bill out of committee. So all bills are supposed to be out of committee by Monday, Senate and House, for crossover Thursday. Pretty positive that's Thursday. Yes. Out of committee Monday so they can get voted on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Crossover. So you could come back Tuesday and say, but BKP, there's a story that there's a bill in a committee right now. Crossover's Thursday. You can get a notification that Tuesday night a bill went into a committee one last time. The way it works, Monday, everything's supposed to be out of committee for crossover Thursday. Governor Kemp, if something's not out of committee Monday night, Governor Kemp's office could call the House. If it's an HB bill, they could call the House and tell John Burns, you get this bill, you put a committee together, you get it in front of them, get it passed out so it's on the floor before midnight Thursday night for crossover. Can happen. Governor's office could call the this is when the deals go down. Could call the lieutenant governor's office. Get SB in a committee, out of a committee, on the floor, and voted. Now, here's the other thing, because what you're going to say is, one more time, but you're saying they have to be out by Monday for crossover on Thursday. I'm just giving you the what could happen. So over on HB, now the Riley Gaines Act passed the House. SB 1, protecting girls' sports, passed 2 weeks ago. It did not get all the press because it doesn't have the name Riley Gaines on it, right? But the House passed the one that said Riley Gaines, protecting girls' sports, and it's all over the place. Headlines flashing. Now, back to the deals. So what happens Monday after something doesn't come out of committee? I don't know that John Burns literally does that. Maybe he has somebody else make the call. But what could happen in those 3 days is John Burns send over to Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and say, Speaker of the House, hey, you didn't get my bill out. I'm going to kill your bill. When it gets over here, I'm not going to let it go anywhere. Lieutenant Governor's office calls over and says, hey, you didn't get those 2 bills on the floor for a vote. I'm going to kill your bills. All negotiating's on the table, back and forth of people making wild deals. So I guess to wrap this up, one more time to be redundant, all bills are supposed to be out of committee Monday, voted on for crossover, meaning HBs go to SB, SBs go to HB. We'll go into what happens there next week. But I guess the thing is, this is when you keep your eyes wide open for these little backdoor deals. I mean, you do not sleep for the next several days or all the way to the end of the session. This is where, I mean, they hit a last gear. It's NASCAR. They are fueling up in the pit for the last time. They want enough gas to get it to the checkered flag. I don't know if that made sense. There you go. That is what you got to watch for. Now, 67, I'll give you an example. And there's nothing conservative. Georgia teachers might get the same benefits as a police officer. There's a bill right now to, yeah, you have to be careful when you say teachers, because then you get the, do you consider this morning a teacher in the line of duty? When a teacher goes into a class and they got 28 third graders, second graders, first graders, kindergartners, whatever, do you consider them in the line of duty? Like a first responder that wears a badge? Because number 68, Georgia offers public safety workers and their families special benefits if they are killed, injured in the line of duty as recognition for the inherent dangers that come with the job. Now state lawmakers want to do the same for teachers. Earlier this month, the Georgia House passed 168 to 0 to double how much money to pay the families of teachers who are killed while on the job. If it becomes law, it means the state will pay teachers' families $150,000, the same amount it offers families of public safety officers killed on the job. Now, you might feel that's the right thing to do. And this week, House lawmakers amended the bill to expand a scholarship fund to include spouse and children of teachers who were killed or permanently disabled by an act of violence in the line of duty. Now, you may say, well, wait a minute. I don't know. I don't see the big problem here with, you know, if you work for the government or you work for the local board of education and you get killed on the job, death benefits. So I guess where I'm at here is if you want to take positions within the state and put death benefits to the position, I don't have a problem with that. I always watch for the changing of the definition in something. I like teachers. I support teachers.
Well,
but when I say teachers, oh, wait a minute. Oh my God. I have to know sometimes that I'm going to hear a voice from above. Go ahead, Diane. Take it away.
So isn't that why they have life insurance, and don't we pay their life insurance benefits? I mean, I don't know, just asking, thinking out loud. I mean, every company pays a life insurance benefit from 10 to 100,000. I mean, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us just to up their life insurance benefits to 150? It would be cheaper, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
So what you're saying is we could go to an insurance company and insure the teachers and pay a life insurance and
I
maybe
mean, I'm
even make
sure
it
the
more.
teachers already get a life insurance policy from the state. I mean, every corporation already pays a life insurance, you know. And if you get killed while on the job, there's insurance benefits that they would automatically get.
All right, stop there. Stop right there. Freeze in place. If you get killed on the job, okay, there are benefits, death benefits that are already in place. All right, every point you made is very valid in the discussion. When it comes to laws and passing a law and putting it into law that a governor signs, it concerns me that the language would have in the line of duty. That concerns me. So your approach is exactly very valid. I mean, your approach is great for the conversation. And I agree with you. There's a lot of different ways we can handle this. But I've always said with legislation, what seems to be sometimes or sounds like the right thing to do, usually what it does is it opens a door. It puts a crack in the door that someone comes along much later. It kicks wide open and abuses and expands this law. What you see every year, and I got to get out of this, but what you see every single year in Georgia is legislation put up that gets expanded every year, stretched out a little more. And this could be one of them. Your points are valid. My concern here, with many that Diane made, my concern is the line in the line of duty. I feel, is it just me out there that it should be preserved? All right. Want to throw this out, and then we're going to take a break because we're going to come back and we're going to spend 30 minutes on the Georgia GOP and the 2026 election. Let's go to 71. I'm going to skip one of the stories I'm going to do here. And 71, 2026, right here, waiting on Buddy Carter. Far right firebrand Candace Taylor shook the coast earlier this week in announcing her candidacy for 2026 midterm. All right. But other would-be contenders have yet to signal they're challenging her. They'll challenge her, saying the current office holder, 5-term Buddy Carter, has froze the field. Carter has $3 million in his campaign fund and has talked about a statewide run for the next election cycle, either for U.S. Senate or governor, possible governor. Okay. Buddy Carter, current congressman, has been mum since Taylor announced. So this first district, Buddy Carter, as soon as he announces something, all right, as soon as he announces something, you will see other people get into the race for the first district when they know what direction he's going. And I told you we'll elaborate later on as the campaign develops. Candace Taylor in the 1st District is going to be very difficult for the Georgia GOP Republicans across the state. It's going to cause some problems. Great detail later. Let's take a break. When we come back, the Georgia GOP, 25 minutes, Georgia GOP Inc. when we return.
Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host. You're watching the Georgia Hour with BKP. Now, I am the legitimate elected first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party. I was elected the same exact day on the stage. Josh McCoon was elected chairman of the party. I was elected first vice chair by the same group of delegates. David Cross was elected second vice chair by the same group of delegates, 2,000 delegates. We won our election. Lori McLean was elected treasurer. We have secretary was elected. Caroline Jeffords, the list goes on. But they became concerned with me, and they had to move me out of the way. I became a problem. No, I did not become a problem. I was always a problem. But they had to move me out of the way. And we're going to get into the current election that's coming up. So I listened to the people across the state of Georgia, and I will tell you this. As far as the Georgia Republican Party, Inc., INC, we call it Inc. for a reason. It's incorporated. Josh McCoon is the CEO of the party. Now, these are going to be the hard truth, all right? And I can be challenged on everything. Every single thing that I'm going to say, I can be challenged on. I would welcome Josh McCoon to go focus on what we're talking about and challenge me on this program. He'd be welcome to come, not spin his nonsense that he does. Okay. I would welcome him to challenge him on that. So I would welcome anyone to challenge me on what I'm about to say. I'll be glad to. So it's Inc. He is the CEO, and we'll go into that in more detail. I wanted to, when elected, I wanted to remove Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia. I wanted to remove him from the Georgia Republican Party officially. And I wanted to use the same exact structure that Wyoming did with Liz Cheney. The Wyoming Republican Party removed Liz Cheney. Now, she continued to say she was a Republican, but she could not do it as a member of the Wyoming Republican Party. She could not get access to their data, fundraising, any of their information. They removed her. So I actually called Wyoming. I spoke to them. I got the documents. They told me how they did it. I wanted to do it the same way with Brad Raffensperger. Now, many districts, reprimanded Brad Raffensperger with resolutions, okay? And I get that, but it's not the same. I wanted to fully do it. Now, we'll go into it further as we get closer, but as the first district of Georgia chair, Candace Taylor, I'll be attacked for this, but obviously made deals. Obviously. We're not for sure exactly, we don't have them in writing, but we do know that certain people made deals. So what started the removal process? And I will show you here, and I will show you. Josh McCoon, and I don't say this lightly, Josh McCoon is a bad person. David Schaefer is not a good person. All right. David Schaefer is not a good person. Former GOP chair, not a good person. So I publicly came out. Now you would think Denise Burns in the 14th district, you would think Candace Taylor in the 1st district, you would think these people, Sally Grubbs in Cobb County, you would think these people would get behind me, but they didn't. So I publicly called for Raffensperger's removal, and I did it with Josh McCoon. So I got a text message one morning, and this was, give me number 83. Do you have 83? And this was Josh McCoon. And I got it at 9 a.m. in the morning. And Josh McCoon, I just received this question from a reporter. Brian Pritchard reportedly on the radio this morning called on the Georgia GOP to expel Raffensperger. Any comment before I respond? I want to make sure that this is something you actually said. So I talked to him. I called him up. I said, yes, I did. I said it. I did. I publicly said it. I've said it publicly multiple times. All right. So this is how they operate. So what did I get after that? I told Josh I did. Right. I get a text from 84 from David Schaefer. This is the way they operate. All right. I get a text message from David Schaefer. The Georgia GOP has censured Raffensperger, but not expelled him. I didn't want him censured. I know that. I wanted him expelled from the Georgia GOP. All right? This put Josh in an unfortunate position of having to explain that. No, the Georgia GOP has not expelled Raffensperger, which makes it sound like Josh is defending Raffensperger. Told me unforced error. So I called him up. What do you mean unforced error? Well, look, I know you didn't really mean to put Josh in this kind of position. I said, I'm not doing anything to Josh. Raffensperger, they recorded a call. Fonnie Willis has my president and, has him with a mugshot. They're in court, a RICO charge. This is not an unforced error. This is the ball that they all made a decision they had to remove me. Exactly. I could show you all day long. Now, give me number 79. Recently, if you're out there and you're a Republican voter or a delegate. Now, we do not have at the Georgia GOP, we do not have election laws that have to be followed. Josh McCoon, the Georgia GOP, is a dictator. The chairman is a dictator. Now, people are going to say, well, you like David Cross. Well, I'll look at the camera and say, yes, I do. Okay? But it doesn't change. I'll also look at the camera and say, if the delegates choose to elect David Cross better end the dictatorship and change the structure to where it belongs to the people and no longer the CEO and dictator, Lord, Chief, all the above. Now, we want to talk about Zelensky and Trump calling him a dictator. This is a dictator. It's the way it works. I'm not just saying it. Now, Josh McCoon took your money and put out a 4-page campaign flyer for himself. Now, the Georgia GOP Inc., let's be clear, absolutely did nothing to promote the win of Donald Trump in Georgia. Hold on. You did. Certain counties around the state worked very hard. Certain people around the state never gave up. Trump Force 47. Now, he will claim he raised millions of dollars. That's not true. You will not see the bank accounts of the Georgia GOP Inc. You will not see the credit card charges. You may see the total, but you'll never see the statement, the receipts, the motels, the food. Maybe you'll never see it. You won't. Never's a big word. You won't see it. He won't release it all. He won't release the bank accounts. You won't see it. You'll get general statements, right? But this guy probably spent about $30,000 for a campaign brochure to reelect himself. The guy has hired a publicist. How do you know? Well, guess what? According to the no rules, wild campaign west of the Georgia GOP, he doesn't have to tell you he hired a publicist, or he could have a third someone out there that is paying the publicist that's doing the work. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Turning Point Action is doing the work for them. Just saying. Just saying. Publicist. He's had a makeover. I mean, he has had a makeover. And the guy has handlers, photographers, videographers. That's not true. Yes, it is. Well, can you prove it? Well, the Georgia GOP, the way it's laid out, everything's hidden. You can't find it. But I know it. And then he goes as far as to say, my wife worked for free and had an office. We'll get further detail there. I, as the first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party, elected by the delegates, was told I was not welcome at the office. Quote, Travis Bowden. And I said, but Jacqueline McCoon has an office. Well, she has duties here. Then when we found that Jacqueline McCoon, his wife, had a full-time office and was there full-time, and we started asking questions, several of us, that's when they come back, well, she's working for free. Really? Really? Wink, wink, wink. For free? Wink, 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 right? Misha Maynard. Wonder who handled Misha Maynard. You remember when Misha Maynard flipped from Democrat to Republican? Remember that? And then I went to Wisconsin on my own dime, right? My own money for hotel expenses for the debate. And I walked down the hall and Misha Maynard was there with Jacqueline McCoon. And I was like, what are you doing here? I mean, what is a state rep? I mean, you're welcome to come, but what is a Georgia state rep doing here? Who paid the way? Can we see the bills? Did it come out of what account? Oh, no, this is dirt to the highest level. And you need to look at who's in the dirt box with them. We will look more at that every day. So this guy puts out he spends 30 grand, at least. Let me put the general there because I don't have the receipts and wonder if he'll put out the receipts. Printed, color, 4-page. 4-page Josh McCoon re-election sounding like they did something. Now, a lot of people in county, there were some district people, they did some great work. Not the Georgia GOP Inc. I'll look right at the camera and tell you, Josh McCoon basically was told, get out of the way, don't cause a problem, and go everywhere and talk about unifying Brian Kemp, where he works, and Donald Trump and winning. Now in 2026, we have all the constitutional offices on the ballot. He's not prepared to handle it. This is a non-paying job, they say. That's what they say. I don't believe it. I just don't. I'm allowed not to believe it. So here's page 1. Get involved, make a difference. Here's the presidential numbers right on the front. Josh McCoon and President Trump. Here's number 2. Georgia GOP delivers. It looks like Josh delivered, right? 80. It looks like Josh delivered. The Georgia Republican Party worked with our Georgia Republican legislators to pass historic election integrity reforms. Wow. Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh. Just in case you're listening, that would be people like myself. That would be people like David Cross. That would be like SB 189. That would be like the day it was in committee that I was calling lawmakers, get it out of committee. It'd be like David Cross, myself, others, Josh, that worked very hard. And now you have Brad Raffensperger. Think about it. Who is the guy that wanted to remove Brad Raffensperger? Me. Who got attacked for wanting to remove Brad Raffensperger? Me. Did Brad Raffensperger just come out 2 weeks ago and say, I don't see the big deal in taking the QR code off and spending the money? Right, exactly. Well, he delivered. They took the lead on Georgia, lead on election integrity. Okay, you took the lead on it. Hey, Josh, because I figure you're watching, the President of the United States, do you want a shot of repairing this side? You want to send out a update? How about that, Josh? Here you go. Here's your chance. Send out an update on this. Because it seems like just last week, all right, where do you stand now, Josh? Because the President of the United States of America, not candidate, not Mar-a-Lago Don, not President-elect, the President of the United States addressed the governors with Brian Kemp sitting in the front row and said, get rid of the machines, paper ballot, right? Didn't he? So, Josh, how about this? Why don't you come out, correct this, and say the Georgia GOP Inc.'s position is exactly like our president, Donald J. Trump, and we're requesting in this legislative session, Governor Brian Kemp, as an attendee at the lunch where Donald Trump made the comment, to change our voting system now while we have the time before 2026. There you go. This is just total corrupt nonsense. Now, here, give me number 81. Okay. Georgia Republican Party, the 2025 legislative agenda for Georgia. You can read that later. And then the back, right? The back of it, the Georgia Republican, you see the top here? And 82, number 82, a note from the desk of Josh McCoon. Look at that. He's got, it's like he's got someone, a photographer, and he's got a new look. So I don't know when you tell me there's no members to the Georgia GOP Inc., I guess I have to agree with that, because I don't see anyone else. I don't see the treasurer's picture. I don't see the second vice chair's picture. I don't see the first vice chair. I don't see district chair. I don't see events. I don't see rallies. I see a re-election campaign brochure that was sent out using the checkbook of the Georgia GOP for Josh McCoon. That's what I see. Now, as we close, because we're going to get back into this Monday, I got to give you some things to go home with on the thoughts. All right? Now, when I put this up, I want you to think about something. Ready? Now, I told you this yesterday. The worst thing to me that's happened to Georgia politics in the last 10 years is John Fredericks. And I know, I call him the Godzilla of bullshit, is John Fredericks. Got it? Okay. When I put this up, keep in mind who in Georgia John Fredericks is carrying water for, who's in tune throughout the week. So go ahead and give me number 73. Conservative radio host John Fredericks endorses Josh McCoon. Now I'm going to ask you, look next week at John Fredericks, the Godzilla of bullshit, and look at Debbie Dooley, the Cobb County GOP going backwards chair, wants to be first vice chair, Sally Grubbs, the narcissist of DeKalb County. And who else? The deals that have been made in the state. Knowing that Josh McCoon is not a good guy. Not ready. They're concerned about their political future. Their political future. The party is not there as a structure to win an election, no matter what they tell you. So look at that, right? I'm going to go into more detail because remember, I know I take the heat for it. Maybe I could have been a little nicer, remember? So look at that. Josh McCoon. And remember number 78, last week, I asked him, right? I asked John, look here, Godzilla of bullshit. When are you going to have David Cross, candidate for Georgia GOP chair? When are you going to have him on the show? Please tell us you're not carrying the water for Josh McCoon, which he is. We see that. And who's paying you for the Wednesday Peach Pit segment, right? It's all spun around. You can't serve two masters. Got it? I've had somebody say, I said, why do you go on there? Well, I do get a little more exposure and I want to get the word out. Okay, so there you go. And how did John respond to BKP? When I asked him, bad word, number 77. Josh McCoon is my dear friend. Go blank yourself. Wow. Or go blank off. Wow, that was pretty ugly. Yes. Now, next week, we're going to start talking about. Now, let me say this. Josh McCoon wrote a check. I'd like to see the check. So I'm accurate. I'm understanding it's in the area. I want to be vague if it's 17,820, 18,230. I want to make sure I don't misrepresent anything for Josh McCoon. Josh McCoon wrote a check for $18,000 in hopes that it would return $100,000. I mean, it's almost like he sent the prince of Nigeria $18,000 and threw it out the window. Then he spends somewhere probably around 30 grand for this campaign mailer. Now, I'm going to give you something for next week because it is 11 o'clock. This one is going to upset you, and you're going to need me to explain, and we'll start on it Monday. Number 74. Well, I like Turning Point. They've endorsed Josh McCoon. You need to think this one out. You got it? I will explain in great detail. So let me show you just a couple pictures. Number 88. Now look at Josh. Just so I can show you here. Look at Josh. Look at that. You see that curly Q? I mean, you see that? And who's the guy in the middle? We'll talk about that Monday. But look at that. So it seems to show up again. Give me 87, right? Josh has that working. That's not an accident. That's his stylist. You know, let's pull that little bit of hair. That's cool. We can make you look younger. That is totally a stylist. Wow. Nice work. Now, we will explain all of that Monday in great detail. All right. We're going to start Monday, the Cobb County Republican Party. Debbie Dooley is a bad person, a very bad person. All right. Now, she will immediately start going nuts. I'm blocked on everything, so people send me stuff, but she'll start going nuts on a Signal chat or a Twitter feed that I don't get or an email. And threaten to sue you, but somehow, some way, some form, maybe the barter system, I don't know, prepaid Visa card, I really don't know, but somehow she gets picked to go after certain things. Now, I want to have my facts, because that's the way I like to run things. But Sally Grubbs has done an absolutely terrible job with the Republican Party of Cobb County. It has gone totally backwards, just gone backwards. But behind the scenes, rumor is that Sally, along with Debbie Dooley, because the email's out there, is trying to attack one of the candidates that's just trying to return Cobb County Republican Party, trying to reach voters out there. But if this person gets elected Cobb County GOP chair, Sally Grubbs and Debbie and Josh McCoon and others may not have the control they want over Cobb County. I wonder if any of them are concerned about winning an election in 2026 and how we do that. Because don't forget, we will close right here in Georgia. The Georgia State House has lost 19 Republican seats in 5 years. David Schaefer, Josh, 19. And the Georgia State House or State Senate, Georgia State Senate has lost 5 Georgia State Senate seats in 5 years. And just like that, regardless if you think they were stolen or whatever, the 2 U.S. senators are Democrats. I wonder if the Georgia GOP and Josh with his hairdo and his, his reelection campaign and, let's build on what they did in 2024, because you don't see anybody's picture but Josh's free campaign brochures. Wonder if they're interested in winning an election Monday. Folks, let me say before we go, Diane, thank you. Thank you. I've enjoyed Studio B. I love it here, but it's time to get back to Studio A. I will see you there Monday morning at 8 a.m. Diane, get me out of here.
Okay, so we're gonna go over a few things today. Not a whole lot, just a couple of videos. And I have to be I'm with Brian in the fact that I really don't care so much about the Epstein client list or who went to the islands. We know that they're all corrupt. I think there's I don't know that we'll ever get fully all the information because they have had so much time to do away with information and try to clean it up. And so I think that's a ship that's already sailed. I think there's a lot more treasonous acts that can be found that all these corrupt politicians have done, and that can be more damning and easier to find, maybe, because numbers don't lie, right? So, but I think there's another story in this, in that it shows it's bringing out the players who are corrupt and who are willing to do what needs to be done to hide things, and showing who needs to go away or not go away but be fired. So here's Tucker. He was talking about the Epstein files not long ago. And let's just take a listen to him just to get this story going.
Bottom line is Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. And not only murdered, but he was murdered in the most secure federal lockup in Midtown Manhattan, in the country. Okay, not just in federal lockup, but in the most secure part of federal lockup. So how did that happen? Well, he was clearly murdered by another inmate. You can't get any answers to who the other 8 inmates on his block were. There was no investigation into his death. They've never released it. And the Attorney General at the time, Attorney General Barr, clearly knew that this happened. And I've said that in public, and he's attacked me for saying that, but it's just a fact. He lied about it. And so what is that? What is that? Think about that for a minute. And I don't know there's a lot I don't know. I don't pretend to understand really anything. I don't understand anything. But I know lying when I see it. And they're lying about Jeffrey Epstein. And if they're not, where's the investigation? And there hasn't been one. And so that's pretty heavy duty. Where are the tapes? Where are the Epstein tapes? It was so funny. They released a tape, a guy I know actually released a tape of Jeffrey Epstein talking about Donald Trump and saying, we were friends once and I don't like Trump. And okay, this was like the October surprise was to derail Trump. And everyone's like, how can you do that? And I thought, I'm so glad they're doing that. So let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Like where are the videotapes from his home in New Mexico, from his Caribbean island, from his place on Fifth Avenue? There are all these videotapes now, in federal hands. Why can't we see those? And we can't see them, of course, because there's like a massive blackmail operation run by various intel agencies designed to put famous people under the control of governments. I mean, of course, that's what it was, obviously, and everyone knows that, but no one can say anything about it. And as a friend of mine said, we were talking about this one night, and he goes, I'm kind of, if you think about it, like if you're able to kill somebody in the secure block in federal lockup in Manhattan and get away with it, probably not someone you want to dick around with. Like, that's a powerful force, and that's a fair point, but it's still worth saying out loud because it's worth living in a transparent, honest country. It's bad to have rot like that. It's bad to have crimes like that committed in front of our faces. We can't do anything about it. It makes everyone feel impotent. It makes everyone paranoid. It makes everyone feel like nothing's on the level. We wind up with a society where no one believes anything. And I feel like that's where we are. The number of people I know who are like, wow, I've become a really deranged conspiracy theorist who doesn't believe in the moon landing. I must know 100 people who said that to me in the last 2 years. And trust me, if you don't feel that way, you're just not admitting it. Because you do feel that way if you're paying attention. And that's a bad way to feel. You don't want a country like that. You want a country where things are pretty much what they seem to be, where people are honest, they're straightforward. When they make a terrible mistake, they admit it. You want a country that is like the family that you have or want to have, where people are just direct with each other and kind to each other, and not everything is some crazy multi-layered deception designed to, screw you or kill Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's so dark.
So Tucker's got a point. You want a society that you can trust, that you have that honesty and direct transparency and kind. You don't want that corrupt country. And that's really my take on all of this, is that I know there's corrupt people. We just have to get and hope that we get Kash Patel, Bondi. I think chasing this rabbit down the hole might be an endless hole that we continues to chase down. I'm just concerned that it might be something that just spins our wheels and not get anything done. Because, like I said, there's bigger things to get to the bottom of, like where all our money's going, that corruption, the voting and against America and doing things against America, because we've got so much more evidence of that. And I understand, I'm not downplaying the fact that, what happened on that island and the horrible, evil tragedies that happened, and I'm not dismissing any of that. It's horrible. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But I think it's a dead end that we'll never reach. So here's Pam Bondi saying what she did get. So we'll go ahead and play this. This was on Mark Levin's show.
As you know, we released about 120 pages of documents, and I started asking for these documents right when I came into office and before Kash Patel was in there. So I ended up getting about 120 pages. We carefully redacted them, of course, to be sure the 254 young girls, women who are victims of sex crimes and sex trafficking, their personal information was redacted and out of there to protect them. So I'm going through it and I kept saying, there has to be more, there has to be more. I'm assured that's it. Kash asked the same questions, assured there's no more. I found out, this week that a source told me New York, SDNY, they're sitting on thousands of pages of documents regarding Epstein. Thousands. And of course, you've seen the very strong letter. We will get everything. We will have it in our possession. We will redact it, of course, to protect grand jury information and confidential witnesses. But the American people have a right to know. And Donald Trump is the most transparent president in our nation's history. So not only will America get the full Epstein files, they will get JFK, they will get Martin Luther King.
Okay, so she's still digging, which we know. Here's Glenn Beck, has a little bit to say, so let's listen to what he says. Everybody's gonna put in a little bit more to the story, so just bear with me while I'm playing these videos for you.
Were told this morning, given this binder, which has absolutely nothing in it, and they were told that by Pam Bondi and the president that she had, because the president asked, ordered for the release of this. Kash Patel delivered it to her desk last week. They were going through it. They expected this to be full of everything that Kash Patel has told me he has seen in the past, but there was nothing. There was nothing left in it. And Liz reports that she was told that the feeling from Pam Bondi and others is that the Southern District of New York, the FBI in the Southern District of New York, actually has the tapes and everything else and will not turn it over to the White House or to Pam Bondi. If that is true, and I understand Liz correctly, and Liz is going to be on my radio program tomorrow and my podcast tomorrow to talk about her experience. If that indeed is true, then we have a civil war on our hands, an internal civil war. You have a duly elected president, his duly elected confirmed leaders of the FBI and the Department of Justice, and then you have the Southern District of New York FBI and Department of Justice bucking the orders of the president and their direct bosses. There is no other way to describe it. If that is true, there is no other way to describe it than you have a department, or two departments, under the president that are in complete rebellion. And that would have to be, I mean, that's not something you take a Doge scalpel to. That's something you take an axe to, and you cut it out, because that's a cancer, and it is a rebellious cancer. Honestly, a civil war against the president and his duly processed appointees. This is not what I expected from Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and the president and the vice president, and I take them at this point at their word, because I know them. I know how serious each of them are about rooting out this cancer. But this looks really, really horrible for the president, because what others will say is, well, this is just the same old stuff, and names of people that they were friends of were on, and so they had to blame it on somebody else. Well, I just don't believe that of the president and Kash and Pam. I know the passionate response in private about these names and about this list, and how Kash in particular couldn't wait to release this. He is he is a dog with a bone. He is on a mission, and so is the president, and I believe Pam Bondi is too, on a mission to rat this evil out. If it's true, we're in civil war. The state is at civil war with itself. If it's not true, then we will see this administration not move against the Southern District of New York. If I were President Trump, and I got to give him the benefit of the doubt here, because I think this is, giving him the benefit of the doubt, he is focused on Russia and everything else. But if I were Donald Trump, and no matter what I had planned, if I had an agency in rebellion, I would get on my plane and I would fly to New York, and I would personally fire every single person, and I'd put a padlock on that door in Southern District of New York. That's what the president, I believe, should do if, I understand what Liz is saying is correct, and if it is indeed true.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. What happens with the Southern District of New York? Is Trump gonna step in and put his foot down? Which I would. He may be waiting to see what Cash does and how Cash handles it, because he is about processes. So he may be waiting to see what Cash can do. If Cash comes to him and says, we can't
We're told that
do anything, and then President Trump will probably step in. But that's my speculation. I think he's waiting to see what Cash will do. And we may not see anything until maybe because the deadline was 8 a.m. this morning, so we may not see anything until tonight, or even Monday. But I would suspect something will be happening this weekend regarding getting into that department. So here's Jesse Waters, same thing, who's in charge of the FBI field office in New York. So let's take a listen to what he talks about with Pam.
See, hopefully tomorrow is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
So we were looking today to find out more about why the government's been so suspiciously protective of Jeffrey Epstein. This afternoon, a bunch of conservative influencers left a meeting at the White House with binders that said the Epstein files, phase 1. Once the binders were opened, people were able to see flight records and Epstein's Rolodex and a list of masseuses. The masseuses' names were blacked out, and the information from the flight logs wasn't new. Neither was the Rolodex. When we began to feel duped, Pam Bondi released a letter that says, basically, I was duped too. In the letter addressed to FBI Director Kash Patel, Bondi basically says, I asked you for the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. I received 200 pages of documents. I asked if these were all the documents, and the FBI said yes. Late yesterday, I learned from a source at the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and the indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the evidence of these files. Bondi's demanding by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning that the FBI deliver everything to her office, including all records, audio, video recordings, all materials related to Epstein. And she ensures DOJ will disclose everything. And she's directing Patel to begin an immediate investigation into why the FBI isn't following orders. So who's in charge at the New York FBI field office? Who's withholding Epstein docs from the Attorney General? James Dennehy is running the show there. There he is. This is the guy who emailed his whole staff to dig in after Trump took office. And don't forget that James Comey's daughter is an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. She worked on the Epstein and Maxwell cases. She's kind of knee-deep in this. Epstein was facing sex trafficking charges in Lower Manhattan. Where's all that paperwork? The FBI seized computers, surveillance videos, banking records, file cabinets, and photographs from all of Epstein's properties in New Mexico, the Virgin Islands, Palm Beach, and in New York. The Justice Department also gave Epstein a sweetheart non-prosecution deal 17 years ago. Where are those files? The Bureau of Prisons. Where are those files? Do you remember where Epstein killed himself? I asked Bill Barr about that, why everything seemed to go wrong that night.
When I first heard all the information and all the coincidences here, I was suspicious.
What were the coincidences? I mean, those were a lot of coincidences.
Well, one of the cameras was out.
Right.
He was supposed to have a cellmate. The cellmate left. They didn't replace the cellmate. And the guards who were supposed to check him every half hour didn't check him.
My EMT source said he was on the scene immediately to pull Epstein's body out to the morgue. And when he got to the cell, he saw 7 people there touching Epstein's body and moving stuff around. Trump did say during the campaign he'd release these files, so it's not like this came out of the blue. Jeffrey Epstein did act as an informant to the FBI. Is the Bureau embarrassed? Is the Bureau embarrassed that they let hundreds of young victims down? This was all happening right under everyone's noses. Epstein was probably an intelligence asset, rumored to be working with the Israelis, maybe this country, probably other countries. Was he a double agent? He had dirt on everyone and a knack for making cash. And he's dead. So the government has no one to protect but themselves. Epstein victim attorney Jennifer Freeman and former CIA officer.
All right, so James Donaghy is the one that is running the office, the Southern District of New York, and then James Comey's daughter is the one that's been covering up, helping to try to cover up all this. So James Comey's got a little bit to do with that, I'm sure. And so in the last 48 hours, the FBI and CIA have been busted destroying classified evidence, files, and servers, right as Kash Patel steps in to clean up the mess. And actually, a whistleblower releases this information. I'm not going to play the video. We'll just, I'll just post it on my Twitter feed so you can watch it. Insider FBI insider leaks Epstein files. Obama raped boys at White House hot dog party. Right now, as you're watching, critical evidence tying Obama to the most depraved corners of the Diddy and Epstein world is vanishing. Snap, gone. Torched by spineless FBI brass who would rather shield the Epstein client list than have depraved VPs face the fire. We've got our hands on the information that could blow this thing sky high, sensitive, dangerous. Let's just say that plenty of whistleblowers have been suicided for less, revealing a living president had sex with underage boys at taxpayer-funded White House events. Sensitive information and insider-only territory. So this is a video of a whistleblower. I'm not going to play it. We know Obama is corrupt. And if I didn't, I meant to put this up the other day. DOJ stopped annual payment to Barack Obama for $2.6 million a year. That's associated with royalties from Obamacare. So since 2010, he's collected $39 million in taxpayer money. So here's a lawsuit that is coming to light that shows the corruption in New York from Kathy Hochul, the governor there, where she rigged the bidding of the contracts for Medicaid program, which is partially funded by the federal government. Basically, I just wanted to show this to show that it's not just the New York FBI. It's everywhere in New York. They need to go in and really set that straight. I know Eric Adams is trying to do as much as he can, maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen anything more about that. I do know that he's offered to help Tom Holman, but New York needs a lot of help. Much like our state of Georgia, we need a lot of help weeding out all this corruption as well. I think it's infested every state in this country, to be honest. So here is Tim Burchett. I think this one's pretty important. He talks about Medicaid and those benefits. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this one because I think I told y'all I was talking to my mom the other day, and she's worried about her Medicare benefits being stopped, and I told her, I said, you're not gonna not get your benefits. You're gonna get your benefits. What they're doing is they're cleaning up the system so that the money that is there can go to the right people. And then I told her, I said, more than likely, I didn't know this for sure, and I still don't know this for sure. I said, more than likely, once they get everything cleaned up, settled down, your benefits will increase. And so let's listen to Burchett real quick.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett. Sitting out here on the steps of the Capitol this morning, and I was thinking about some stuff that's going on. They're putting out that, Republicans are cutting Medicare and the Republicans are cutting Medicaid, and all they're doing is trying to scare y'all. They got these Soros-backed groups that are pushing this stuff out. You got some paid agitators, of course, that are putting this word out in the news all over, state and local news and the federal, of course, the national news, not federal news. But anyway, it's just a lie. It is just a lie. All we're trying to do is cut out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and that will free up what I believe more dollars for the folks that need it. And the people that are behind the misinformation obviously have got a dog in this fight, and the dog is they're getting rich off of it. They're getting rich off the money that should be going to folks that are in need, and they are fighting it. Case in point, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was accused of cutting program in half one time, and all he was trying to do was reduce the delivery system. It cost some places $2 to deliver $1. And so in one instance, he cut $1 out of a program. It cost $1 to get $1 to somebody. So he changed the delivery system. Well, he cut the program in half, and he nothing further from the truth. Just cut the bureaucracy. And that's why they're pitching a fit, because that is their machine. That is their control over you. So don't believe the hype. We're not cutting Medicaid, Medicare. Nothing's further from the truth. Nobody is talking about that in the meeting except for in our meetings. And the only people talking about are the Democrats on the House floor, and they're talking, and their puppets they've got out that are spreading misinformation to the general public. So anyway, thank y'all for sending me here.
So they're not getting rid of it, and it's likely that there may be more benefits coming once they weed out all the corruption, because you have to realize that, I mean, just looking at the numbers, there's 60 million people more on Medicaid than the population, the entire population of the U.S. That's including babies, people under the age of 65, including everybody. So there's that. And then, what was it, 21 plus million that are over the age of 110. I believe it was that much. It may have been 12. I'm just going by memory. It's up there. And the 10 plus million, I'll just put it that way, 10 plus million people that are above the age of 110 that are still on Medicaid. And the ones that are 110, they're up, that number is up there too. It's just, there's so much corruption in Medicare, Medicaid, or Medicare, that once they weed it out, it's gonna only increase the people that are supposed to be on it. It'll increase their benefit, and we'll still be able to have money for generations to come. So, little bit coming out on Raskin. So he is a recipient of $160 million of USAID money. So more corruption coming out there. So we talked a little bit yesterday about Dan Crenshaw, how Tucker is doing the ethics violation on Dan Crenshaw. Well, Laura Logan has come out with some more information. So let's take a listen. I'll play both videos. I'll play Alex's setup to the actual clip that he reposted. So we'll play both videos.
All right, one of America's top investigative journalists, a woman of total integrity, Laura Logan, sent me a video about an hour ago. And in it, she gives a little prelude to what's about to drop with the big interview she did in the last 24 hours tomorrow, not just with an expert witness, but also with the actual documents that Dan Crenshaw, I Patch McCain, total WEF deep state operative, was lobbying hardcore in the last few weeks in Congress to not have Trump list these drug cartels as terrorist organizations. And we had the New York Times a month ago say, don't designate them as that. U.S. banks need the laundered drug money, which again is the CIA. That came out in hearings in the late 90s, that they were running drugs for decades and doing that. Going back to Vietnam with the opium and then cocaine, Iran-Contra. But the point is that everything Crenshaw does is against this country. He's a total globalist operative. Everybody knows that, posing as a Republican. But she is set to release the documents that he circulated, undermining Trump secretly while pretending that he's a Republican and a populist, and fighting to ensure that we don't actually shut down the fentanyl that kills over 140,000 people a year coming to the country and more. This guy's a monster. I mean, remember the Navy SEAL that he tried to get put in prison that was later acquitted, and just all the things he does. I mean, this guy is a monster, and everything he does is disingenuous. Everything he says is a lie, and I can't believe he keeps getting reelected. But he runs against Democrats, but really he's one of them. So I can't wait to see this information. She said she'll come on next Monday on my show with even more. She's such an incredible journalist, but she's got the documents on this guy, which he's not publicly saying, but behind the scenes he does all this, and he is a bad, bad guy. I'll post the video where she starts breaking this down below. Be sure and check it out. Be sure and subscribe to her podcast.
So here's the video that Alex referred to.
After 24 years, I retired and went public immediately, trying to get the cartels designated as foreign terrorist organizations to build that architecture out so that local, state, federal, DOD, and the IC could work with a whole new set of authority. It's stunning that it took President Trump to do this. A lot of people are not aware, up to 72 hours before he signed that, we had Republicans trying to stop him.
Can you say who?
I can. Yeah, absolutely.
Who?
Dan Crenshaw. And it's well documented. I mean, these things are just insane.
You know, that's pretty interesting. Let's pause there for a moment, because I may or may not be in possession of a document that I may or may not show on this show. What do you think? Should we show it?
Yeah, you should. After 24 years.
So more coming down on Dan Crenshaw. And we'll see if what happens there. I'm sure Trump will go after Dan Crenshaw once the evidence comes out, or once Trump sees the fact that he's been fighting against him. The bogus claim, or not, it may not be bogus. Maybe the U.S. banks do need that laundered money. we have so much more launder money going around. But maybe they do need the money for the cartels. Our whole financial system, is it being propped up by laundered money? That's a whole different rabbit trail to go under, or go into. But yeah, I think a lot's gonna come out. Hopefully I can watch that episode because I really like Laura Logan. Anyway, let's go on to the next subject. We've got oh, that was the video. So here, I thought this was a little funny. It's got kind of a rap tone to it, and he's trying to kind of rap what he's saying, but he's talking about the judges. This is Representative Andy Ogles. He's talking about the corrupt judges. So let's take a listen.
Hey guys, Congressman Andy Ogles here. So I've got an update, I guess the impeach-a-thon update. So you've got 11 judges here. So 4 of these already have impeachment articles in preparation process or already filed. I have 2 of these. We'll get back to that in a moment. And one of these judges just got spanked by the Supreme Court. Again, we'll get back to that. Over here we have other judges also guilty of overstepping their bounds. And look, James Madison, founding father, warned us about an overactive, a too powerful, quite frankly, a woke judiciary. And we see it coming to pass right here. So what happened? This one right here. So this judge tried to block DOJ from accessing, auditing the Treasury. We know there's waste, fraud, and abuse. This judge right here tried to force the Trump administration to spend billions of dollars to foreign governments. This judge right here tried to require agencies to put back onto their websites the transitioning of children. Oh, by the way, that's called child abuse. You belong in prison. This other judge, again, getting in the way of freezing government spending. This Herson fellow, gender-affirming care. This one blocks freezing for NGOs. This one, birthright citizenship. So basically, as we try to right to immigration, we know we're being invaded. We're trying to do something about it. This guy wants your homeland to be less safe. This one right here blocks workforce re-education. So over and over blocks DOJ. This is an assault on the presidency. This is an assault on our Constitution. And this is an assault against you. We've got this board. We've got this information. Everybody needs to see it. So we're going to put this outside for everyone to see and to know we're going to hold these judges accountable. This is Andy Ogles with the Impeach-a-thon update.
I just thought that was the content's not funny, but the way he presented it was a little upbeat. But we have to do something, and I think we've got some good people in play here that are setting things straight and getting rid and resetting our judiciary, because that's really important. Because that's our only line of defense. And whether it's Trump's administration or somebody else that comes along, the judiciary has to be a fair and free judiciary and not with an activist mindset. So here's another judge. Yesterday we talked about White House. Well, here's another judge that has a wife who's earning a living from USAID. This is Carol Reens. She is working for Hope for Children Fund and receiving money from this organization. And she is the wife of John Bates, the judge who ordered Trump to restore sex change operation web pages, has a massive conflict of interest. So I'm sure we'll see more coming out on what's going to happen with him. So Byron Donalds, he's put in his campaign to run for Florida governor. And he just happened to by chance find out that FEMA is still funding, still has another payout for $50 billion for COVID. I'll go ahead and add this to my playlist or to my X feed so you can watch it. But it's just, I think it kind of shocked that the guy just kind of just said, yeah, we still have $50 billion that we need to pay out for COVID from FEMA. So that was a shocker. COVID still being a problem. Now this is very important. We've talked about the metals that are in the vaccines. And let me go ahead and play the video because he's going to just explain it with some charts and whatnot. But we've talked about the metals in these vaccines, and we've talked about the number of vaccines that our children are getting from the age of birth, from birth until the age of 2. I think it was like 72, somewhere in that range. Vaccines that our children are getting, and in every single vaccine there's aluminum, and he'll go over the other toxins that are in those vaccines. So let's take a listen.
Check this out. Has anyone heard of the blood-brain barrier? Okay, the blood-brain barrier, for those that haven't, it's your brain's protective mechanism. It prevents bad things in your bloodstream from crossing this barrier and getting to your brain. Because once you get toxins to your brain, you're pretty much screwed. You know, you're going to get neurodegenerative disorders, autism, things like that. So we can't have any of these toxins going to our brain. So the blood-brain barrier, what they found out is that it takes about roughly up to age 7 for a blood-brain barrier to mature. About age 7 is what a lot of techs say. Some say even to adolescence. But when you're looking at this, what happens is if you have heavy metals, like for what we show here, you know, we got the blood on the top, the brain on the bottom, in that barrier. Aluminum, lead, and mercury, you know, these actually can bind to amino acids and come through that immature blood-brain barrier. So it's very important then, you know, because the younger you are, the more permeable it is, meaning the more easily things can go across it. So if we know that the blood-brain barrier doesn't form till age 7, and some texts say adolescence, then it's common sense that you would do 2 things. You would limit your toxins and your heavy metals in your body, especially when you're younger, as much as possible, as well as you would want to keep your glutathione levels as high as possible. Because again, remember, even if you do have heavy metals in your bloodstream, that glutathione can bind to them and prevent them from actually going across the blood-brain barrier. With me on that so far? Okay. This is our vaccine schedule. Now, remember, your blood-brain barrier is not formed until you're 7 years old. So how many vaccines do we consume before 7 years old? Well, before age 6, we're consuming 49 doses. Now, let's just look at the vaccines we're taking at those ages, and I'll zoom in there. At 2 months, we're taking the DPT shot. DPT is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. At 4 months, we take another dose of the DPT shot. At 6 months, yet another dose. 12 months, another dose. And between 2 and 6 years, you take another dose of DTaP vaccine. They either call it DTP or DTaP. But those couldn't possibly have heavy metals in there, right? Because our blood-brain barrier is not formed. Well, if you actually just go to the Center of Disease Control very own website, you will find exactly what's in this vaccine. And I did that, and I took a snapshot right here. I could go on a list about every single one of these, but let's talk about a few. The ones I circled here. Let's blow that up here. Aluminum. Okay, aluminum is 7 times more toxic to your brain than mercury. So the vaccine manufacturers started taking out mercury, replacing it with aluminum, That's not a whole lot better. They're both potent neurotoxins. Neuro meaning nervous system, brain, toxins, poisonous. So you're consuming these toxic heavy metals into your bloodstream, going to your brain. Polysorbate 80. Polysorbate 80 makes your brain barrier yet more permeable. Formaldehyde. That's one of the most toxic substances ever. That's why aspartame is getting such a bad rap, which it should be, from diet sodas and stuff, because it converts to formaldehyde in your body and it can cross the blood-brain barrier. MRC5. Has anyone ever heard of that? This is on the CDC website. So what do I developed from lung tissue taken from a 14-week fetus aborted for psychiatric reasons? So before we're age 7, we're consuming 5 doses of aborted human fetal cells. Freaking pisses me off, okay?
Right.
All right. So before we're age 7, we're taking 5 doses of this toxic heavy metal human fetal cell crap under our immature blood-brain barrier. Now, here's the kicker. What do doctors give little kids before they give them vaccines?
Candy.
They give them freaking Tylenol. Tylenol reduces your glutathione levels in your body. So, but you know why they do it? Because you might get a fever, if from the vaccines. You might feel a little sick. So we're just going to give you a little Tylenol before we do that so you can feel better. It's a freaking joke. And this is evidence-based. This is a freaking joke. And you wonder why we're so sick. This is crazy. And all autistic kids had low levels of glutathione. So if we know that, how on God's green earth can they give Tylenol before they give vaccines that actually deplete your glutathione levels, your only defense mechanism against these toxic heavy metals from reaching your brain? I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And so we look at this. The blue line's autism. The red line is vaccines. You increase the vaccines, you see a pretty high correlation with increased cases of autism. Now, side effects. Everyone knows what a side effect is, right? They're known adverse reactions that can happen from a therapy. For example, a blood pressure lowering drug can cause dizziness, can cause headaches from less oxygen going to the brain. Just a known side effect. A side effect of statins is muscle pain, just a known side effect. Did you know that vaccines actually have a package insert with side effects on there? Did anyone know that? Has anyone ever read that?
No, because the doctors just give it.
Well, here it is. Yeah, here it is. CDC website, cdc.gov. So we look at this, and this is from the DTaP vaccine as well. Let me blow it up. Anaphylactic reaction, autism, and SIDS. This is directly from their research. Now, you're seeing autism. They don't just put autism there. It's actually proved to actually happen, so they have to list it as a side effect. And this is in the vaccine insert, but no one talks about it. SIDS. I actually have a cousin that died from SIDS. And of course, the mom's a pediatrician. They blame everything but the vaccine. But tell me one other thing that kid is doing with a side effect that actually says SIDS on it. Nothing. In fact, they're taking, sleeping position classes. It's like, dude, do you think the babies in the hunter-gatherer population had to take sleeping position classes? I mean, it's a freaking joke. You can't sleep on your stomach? I mean, come on now. This is crazy. So it literally says SIDS on there. Now, they actually did a study in the Journal of Human and Experimental Toxicology. The more vaccines given, the greater amount of SIDS. It's crazy. You know what SIDS is? Sudden infant death syndrome. When babies go to sleep, they never wake up. So I just like this little quote here. If you mixed mercury, aluminum phosphate, aluminum sulfate, and formaldehyde with viruses, then got a syringe and injected it into your child, you would be arrested and sent to jail for child endangerment and abuse. Then why is it legal for a doctor to do it? And why the hell would you let them? It's crazy. You got to educate yourselves. Now, here's the thing. We've all heard this excuse. Oh, I was fully vaccinated and I'm fine, right? And personally, I was fully vaccinated and I am fine. But not every single kid out there has enough glutathione levels And not a lot of them out there are so lucky. I happen to have enough glutathione in my body to protect myself from those heavy metals getting into my brain. Some kids aren't so lucky. And so when you're looking at the autism just prevalence right now, does anyone know what this growth is called? It's called exponential growth. Now, it starts off in 1975 when it was 1 in 5,000. This graph ends in 2009 where it's 1 in 110. Anyone know what it is now? It's 1 in 45. So just in the 6-year period, it went from 1 in 110 to 1 in 45. If this projection stays true, and there's honestly no reason why this wouldn't, because we're still consuming copious amounts of vaccines. In fact, now they're being pushed on us mandatory to get in schools, and we're consuming tons of GMOs, glyphosate. There's no reason why this trend's not going to continue. But if it does, 1 out of every 2 children is going to have autism by 2025. I mean, in 2009, they thought it couldn't possibly get any worse. But now it's 1 in 45 instead of 1 in 110. Has anyone seen a child with autism? It is absolutely devastating. But it's not just vaccines, because it definitely is one of the huge contributors. But you also got to look at glyphosate and GMOs. This shows the prevalence of autism here, and that red line is the amount of glyphosate added to our food. So you see a pretty strong correlation there as well. Check this out. Has anyone
My micro, oh, there it is. I don't think anything needs to be said after that video. Just educate yourself. And I don't know that if all my kids are vaccinated. I'm vaccinated, my kids are vaccinated, and a couple of them could be considered autistic. They're functioning, they're not to the point where they can't function in the world, but there's some little oddities. I know my middle daughter, she's taken one of those online autistic tests, and it kept coming. She took it like 4 times, and it kept coming back saying that she's autistic, and she'd take it again. She finally had to go find a test that had less questions and take it, and finally came back and said that she had a slight case. All the other times it said that she was extremely autistic, which, we kind of joked around with her, but it was funny to watch. So here is a surgeon that is talking about ivermectin curing cancer. You can go and read up about that. Just wanted to bring it to your attention that ivermectin is coming out more and more. I've been seeing it at least once a week, if not more, that ivermectin is being given to be able to treat. And I guess, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, we had Mel Gibson say the same thing, that his buddies were taking ivermectin and then all of a sudden they were cured. Well, this doctor says the same thing. She had 2 patients take ivermectin and then all of a sudden they were cured from the tumors. So if you have cancer, go take a little bit of ivermectin and see what happens. Ivermectin won't harm you in any way. It's a very safe drug. So Trump names Hung Chow as the U.S. Undersecretary for the Navy. Now, I played his video back during the campaign election season and was really excited about him possibly getting elected. Of course, he wasn't elected. And I can't remember in Virginia. So this was his U.S. Senate campaign launch for Virginia in the 2024 election. But let's take a listen. So this guy is going to be second in command in our Navy.
This is the scariest sound you will hear when you live in a communist country. This is the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night, and they never saw their loved ones again. That's the sound of losing your freedom, the sound of always living in fear. That's my family's real life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life in the most generous country on earth. America saved my life. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy. I earned a master's in physics and fellowships at MIT and Harvard before the left replaced merit with racial quotas. I spent my life trying to repay my debt to America, my country, our country, with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations, combat. But now our country has taken a dark turn. That's Joe Biden's Justice Department sending 24 armed agents to arrest a pro-life activist in front of his family. That's Joe Biden's IRS raiding a gun shop and seizing thousands of records from law-abiding gun owners. Our names, our addresses, our social security numbers. That's Joe Biden arresting his challenger in the next election, a former president of the United States. And now a different sound. That's the sound of someone breaking into your home or business. The sound of crime destroying our cities and communities. That's how it all starts. They let criminals back on our streets. Millions of illegal immigrants pour across our border each year, including military-aged men from all over the world. And enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in this country. And the Biden family? Well, that's how it works in a dictatorship. The rules don't apply to the rulers. We are losing our country. You know it, but you also know you can't say it. We're forced to say that wrong is right. We're forced to lie. We can't let that happen. I've been all over the world. Believe me when I tell you, if America fails, there's nowhere else to go. I'm Hung Cao, retired Navy captain running for United States Senate. I still believe America can be the land of opportunity. I have an obligation to fight back against those who want to control our lives and disrupt our families. We need real fighters, not politicians, not bureaucrats, not keyboard warriors acting tough in a custom-made suit. No, not here in America. We must refuse to be intimidated. We must be fearless. I'm Hung Cao. I'm running for Senate, and I approve this message because I'm not done fighting for us.
So he is now Undersecretary of the U.S. Navy. So that's a good thing. And U.S. or IRS Hunter Biden whistleblower files a complaint alleging that U.S. Attorney David Weiss was the chief retaliator. Biden's DOJ blocked investigations into Weiss' alleged conduct. The whistleblowers, you remember the whistleblowers, it was brought to our attention by Catherine Herridge way back when. Remember they had the 3 whistleblowers come into, I believe it was to Congress to testify. They are filing a complaint. The complaint has been filed with the MSPB, an independent agency that protects federal workers. The federal office that investigates whistleblower retaliation has already concluded the IRS gagged and retaliated against the Biden whistleblowers. So I'm sure more will come out. Catherine Herridge is on the case. So I follow her on X so that I can keep up with her findings. And then remember we talked about this yesterday. Well, the DOJ is going to investigate it. This is Endeavor, the facility that was harboring illegals. So they got $18 million a month in a shady no-bid contract brokered by the Biden transition team member. So it was an empty migrant facility that received money. Well, the DOJ is now going to investigate. So that's all for today. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you Monday morning, 8 a.m. And Brian will be back in his normal studio, so that'll be a good thing. Although I might get a ton more photos. Who knows? Y'all have a great weekend. See you Monday.